The open session to hear public comments before closed session has started. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Zepeda,
Here.
Mayor Martinez,
Here.
and for the record, Councilmember Robinson is absent for roll call. Hold on one second, please. During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1 is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Mendoza versus City of Richmond. Item C2, conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Jerome Taylor, Jack Hughes, and Lisa Charbonnet. Employee organizations include SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time units, IFPTE Local 21 Mid-Level Management and Executive Management Units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. We do have one request to address the council under public comment. Cordell Himmler, you'll have 2 minutes.
So, good afternoon, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Handler, and today is the day. Because if you remember back in December, when you went into closed session, to all the hard work that these unions have done, they felt good about a raise. But what would make it even better is more money, because they have families they have to support. They have to buy shoes, clothing for kids. That needs to be taken care of. So when you go back in there, think about all the things that they have done to make Richmond a better place to work and play, and I'll just leave it at that, and I'll have some applause coming my way.
With that, public comment is closed, and we will adjourn to closed session.
Check 1, 2.
We are now beginning the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, I have asked for all of us to respect each other. So let's practice that to the best of our abilities. I have asked that you not be disruptive, that you be respectful, and I expect that from everyone. So it is now time for the first item, the election of the vice mayor for 2026.
Roll call.
We do this every year.
Roll call.
Oh, roll call. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Councilmember Bonner?
Here.
Councilmember Brown?
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson?
Here.
Councilmember Wilson?
Here.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Our next item is the election of the vice mayor, and the Richmond City Council shall elect from among its members a vice mayor to serve for 2026. In the absence or disability of the mayor, the vice mayor shall serve as the mayor. The vice mayor shall also represent the mayor upon the mayor's request. The vice mayor shall serve for a term of 1 year.
All right. Do we have public comments?
Not for this item.
None? Okay. In that case, we'll go directly into nominations, and I would like to begin by nominating Councilmember Sahela Bana. Do I have a second?
Thank you.
I'll second. Mr. Mayor, can I have a substitute motion? I would like to nominate Councilmember Robinson for Vice Mayor.
I'll second that.
All right. We have a motion and a substitute motion. The motion is to elect Sahela Bana. The substitute motion is to elect Gloria Robinson. So the substitute motion takes precedence. May we have a roll call?
Councilmember Brown. This is
No.
for the election of Councilmember Robinson.
No.
Councilmember Bono?
No.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
No.
The motion passes with Councilmembers Brown and Bonner and Mayor Martinez voting no. So our new Vice Mayor is Councilmember Doria Robinson.
All right. Congratulations, Vice Mayor Robinson.
Our next item, Statement of Conflict of Interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is Agenda Review. And we have a request to remove item 07B. That is the modification of the council liaison appointment cycle for boards and commission. That was requested to be removed by Claudia Centron. She's a resident. Item 07C, that item has been requested to be continued to January 27th by staff. And item 08B, that is the continue to January 27th. It's the contract amendment for the fiscal year 24-25 Grade 5 sanitary sewer rehab project. And item 07C is the appointment of Anna Tella Witzrigo to the Community Police Review Commission. That's all I have.
Councilmember Robbins, I'm sorry, Councilmember
Wilson.
Wilson, thank you.
It's okay, Sue. I'm sorry, what did you say about 08B?
08B is continued to January 27th.
Okay, so it's 08B continued to January 27th, 07C continued to January 27th.
Yes.
07B off consent onto the
Right.
regular agenda. Thank you.
I would like to request that Q4 be moved up, either after the consent or at the beginning of new business. We seem to have a lot of people here that are waiting to speak for that item.
I do not want to forego city business, and I'm going to keep the calendar as is so
Okay.
that we can take care of city business.
Okay, can I call a motion to move?
Yes, you may.
Okay. City Clerk, I would like to make a motion to move Q4 after the consent calendar or at the beginning of new business.
And I'll second.
Ready? Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
No.
Councilmember Jimenez?
No.
Councilmember Wilson?
No.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
No.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
No.
The motion fails with council members Brown and Zepeda voting yes. Is that all for agenda review?
Are we able to combine Q3 and Q4 since they're similar, and also Q5 and Q6 since they're also similar?
I think they have to be separate, but which items?
To combine Q3 and Q4 since they're similar, and then Q5 and Q6 since they're also
Different.
similar? We're going to be having the same conversation or similar-ish for both items, or for all four of them.
Was that a motion? I second that.
I don't know
Okay.
if it's legal.
So
okay.
is it possible to combine items?
So I looked at this briefly today. It's not contemplated in our rules, but I think for parliamentary procedure, you can make a motion to do so, but you can vote on it.
And it does have precedence. We have done it before as well.
So everyone understands what they're voting on, what's the motion?
Combining Q3 and Q4 into one item that we discuss, we hear public comment, we debate kind of all together. Same thing for Q5 and Q6.
Question?
Yes.
Does it mean that the discussion is the same, but the items are to be voted separately on, right? Okay.
So we have a motion and a second?
That's a motion by Councilmember Zepeda, second by Councilmember
Yes.
Brown. Okay, Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
No.
Councilmember Wilson,
No.
Vice Mayor Robinson,
No.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
No.
The motion fails with council members Brown, Bonner, and Zepeda voting yes. So those items will remain separate. Our next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Two items were discussed during closed session, the Mendoza litigation and labor, but no final decisions were made on either item. There's no reportable action. Thank you.
Okay, our next item is a report from the city manager.
Given the volume of speakers tonight, there will not be a city manager's report.
Okay, our next item is open forum. An open forum is an opportunity to address the council on items that remain on the consent calendar. So as a reminder, items 07B, 07C, and 08B cannot be discussed tonight.
Which one was those again? 7B, 7C?
07B, that is coming back later in the agenda. 07C, well, you can speak on 07C because it is coming off the agenda, it's being continued. And 08B, you can also speak on that one under open forum.
Thank you.
Okay. Tonight, we have 6 speakers under open forum. Each speaker will be allowed up to 2 minutes. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council under open forum, please raise your hand at this time. We'll start with the persons in the auditorium, if there's anyone that would like to address the council under open forum in the auditorium. We'll
We
start
have
with you.
3 speakers.
Hold on 1 second.
Oh.
So each speaker will be allowed up to 2 minutes under open forum. When you're called to address the council, state your name and your city of residence is optional. And please terminate your address to the council when your time expires. City of Richmond, we welcome your comments and request that you present your remarks in a respectful and appropriate manner within established 2-minute time limit. And just where you can go ahead and call the speakers.
Okay, we have 3 in-person speakers. If you'll line up behind the mic when you hear your name, Harry Weiner, Charlene Engel, and Claudia Citron.
Where are they?
And Harry Weiner, you can go ahead and start. Just a second.
Hello, testing. My name's Harry Weiner. I live in Far East Richmond.
This is for the
Mark Wars, Mayor and Council. Mark Wasberg has been warning us that Trump is coming to smite his enemies. The behavior of ICE and border and customs gangsters lead me to believe him. In the vernacular of the 60s street, shit be real. Has Richmond begun to plan for the contingency of ICE, Border Patrol, and the National Guard occupying our city? Ben, is the police union talking about whether they're going to stand with the occupiers or the protesters who will surely show up and show out? Has Chief Simmons heard the orders of the Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara, who promised his men would protect citizens from ICE if called upon? Has the council, city manager, and city attorney discussed how the city can organize against this attack of the feds against their people? It would be a shame if we did not discuss this possibility like we do for potential disasters and come up with a plan to protect Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Charlene Engel. Charlene Engel.
Hello, my name is Charlene Engel, and I'm here feeling so grateful to seek an appointment to the Community Police Review Commission. When I was a history teacher, I believed a part of my job was showing people that history is not dead facts. It's an alive pattern woven by a million hands. And it is a pattern that we can continue weaving today. It is an honor to join the ranks of local officials and the community members here, lending their many hands to uplift our interconnectedness right now. During his most famous of his 29 total arrests, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. wrote from a jail cell in Alabama one of his more famous quotes: "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." I'm here to join those who love what our communities can be when we weave together the long garment of history towards justice. Thank you again to the Mayor's Office, the City Council, and everyone human here, finding a small way to seek more justice anywhere it's threatened. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last in-person speaker in the auditorium is Claudia Citron. Claudia Citron. It looks like she's not here, so that was the last speaker in the auditorium.
Okay, our in-person speakers, Don Gosney, Mark Wasberg, Cordell Hendler, Turnell Abbott, Joe Pulio, and Sohila Bana. Don Gosney?
Good evening. Yeah, just a quick show of hands to see how many of us with us tonight live anywhere near I-80 in Richmond, or maybe just travel along that stretch of the freeway. Rhetorical question. You may be asking why this is important and why this would fall under the purview of the City Council. I've spoken dozens of times in the past about this and how our freeways are our gateways into Richmond. When we're trying to entice a major business to bring their business into Richmond, it's not like they can just chopper into the quad in front of City Hall. They usually take the freeway. If they bypass the Richmond section of I-80 and take 580, they would be oblivious to this. But those, just in case they do take I-80, what do you suppose their opinion of Richmond is, even before getting off the freeway? Right now, we have well over 100 massive graffitis covering our sound walls and freeway signs. These aren't the little squiggles of a tagger. These are massive, 6 to 8 foot tall, 10 to 20 foot wide, multicolored graffitis. Keep in mind that we're not seeing this so much in San Pablo, Pinole, Hercules, or Albany, just Richmond. What kind of message does this send about our community? As you're scratching your collective heads, wondering how to respond, let me tell you that for decent, responsible people, this says that Richmond has out-of-control gangs and urban vandals. It says that we have urbanites that show that they can ignore our laws, knowing full well that they have the support of the community leaders that see this vandalism as urban art that should be embraced. Remember a few years back when the council publicly chewed out city staff for painting over this unauthorized vandalism along the Richmond Greenway and even used $1,000 of our tax dollars to resupply the vandals so they could replicate their artwork? This council is supposed to be comprised of community leaders, the kind of people that can entice Caltrans to paint over this vandalism right away, using paint that actually matches the existing masonry, and plant greenery that would eliminate the palette used to make Richmond look like we're an out-of-control city that embraces these kinds of destructive activities. Any chance you can use your influence to actually benefit this community? Why do you suppose that we don't see this in other communities like Concord, Walnut Creek, Alamo, and Blackhawk? Why are we so lucky?
Mark Wasserberg.
We all seen the video of Renee Good getting shot. Well, that agent had every right to kill her. After what she did, she tried to run over that agent. Number one, she was trained by the BLM Antifa to go out and harass law enforcement. She had no business doing what she did. She was stupid enough to dump her kids off to go out and support a bunch of criminals. Now that's just plain being stupid. What kind of mother would dump their children off to go ahead and do something stupid like that? Now we got that idiot mayor in Minnesota who wants to start a civil war between the state and the federal government. Yeah, Trump is coming. He's coming with the U.S. Army. The 11th Airborne is getting ready to go into Minnesota, and they're going to clean house. See, this is how stupid you people are. You're out there supporting criminals, but you don't want to face the fact that Trump is going to take care of business because you people are so stupid. You rather support criminals and then for the law. That's why we have laws in the first place, so this stuff won't happen. And we know for a fact the city council, the RPA, is no different than a bunch of terrorists who's going to support this stuff. And you think the state, you think the city is going to stop the federal government for enforcing federal law? You got to be out of your minds, people. You're talking to one of the strongest men in the world, the strongest military in the world, and you think this city council, this Richmond PD, is going to stop the federal government? What kind of drugs you've been taking? They already tried it before by defunding the police, telling the police chief not to deal with ICE. But right now, Trump is pissed off, and he's just waiting. All he has to do is say the word, and you got the United States Army going to right in Minnesota, and he's going to take care of that stupid mayor and that governor.
Time has expired. Cordell Hindler.
Okay. Yeah.
Freedom of speech.
Yeah.
Freedom of speech. Freedom of speech. Come on. Freedom of speech.
Tough guy threatening women. Woo.
Freedom of speech.
I was about to say,
Okay, Cordell.
okay. So, good evening, Mayor Martinez.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, can we please quieten down so we can hear Cordell?
Okay. So, good evening, Mayor Martinez, council. For the record, I am Cordell Henlon. I'm a Richmond resident. So, I do want to thank the mayor and the council for this item regarding the city attorney recruitment. So, if you recall at the last meeting, I did have some suggestions for these consultants. So, whatever consultant that the city will use, hopefully we'll get the city attorney recruitment done. And so you need to involve everybody. When I say everybody, I'm talking about the stakeholders. They want to be a part of the process too, for whoever we get for our next city attorney. So I do want to thank the sponsors for the item. So what I just passed around was a strategic working plan. And so it got me thinking, it's like, how can we make the city of Richmond be better? You know, we need to be more innovative. We need more innovation in our city because we need to come up with some ideas on how we want to retain our employees, because employees work hard too, you know, and they're overworked. And if we want to keep them in Richmond, we need to come up with some ideas. A strategic plan will benefit Richmond, because other cities have done a strategic plan. Walnut Creek, Vallejo, Berkeley, and I said Richmond can be the first to be more innovative. So I'm hopefully that at a future meeting that y'all need to come up with have a consultant on board to assist us in working on creating a strategic plan, because if we want to keep our employees in Richmond, we need to do better. We need to like dig deeper and figure out what do they want from us, and what do we want to do to help them to boost their morale. So I want y'all to think about that. So that's all I have to say.
Tarno Abbott.
I'm still not used to this. Is it on?
It's on.
Okay. I'm a little rattled right now. I wanted to really thank Madam Clerk and staff for helping us through that really difficult meeting the other night, and also to the city council members, and also to the Richmond Police Department and the firefighters. Richmond is a great city. I love living here, and I'm a proud member of the Richmond Progressive Alliance. That organization turned this city around. We used to be a company town. Chevron had an office in the city's offices, in the mayor's office or wherever, in City Hall. We turned that around. We don't bow. We don't bend the knee anymore to big money. And I really would just like to urge people, when you vote, please follow the money on every election, city, county, state, and federal. Always follow the money. I really wanted to talk about some of the other more positive things about Richmond, but I will say in regards to the police, I don't hate the police. I relied on them last night when I came home, and they informed me that my neighbor had passed away. And they were compassionate with me, and they did their job in a professional way. Now, tonight, you know what hate speech really sounds like and what it looks like. And when we're threatened by a maniac in a red hat, and, excuse me, I'm speaking, you need to be quiet. So, yeah, you need to listen to what he's saying, and he's right. The Army is on alert to go into Milwaukee or into Minnesota. So, yeah, we need to be really careful how we treat each other. And no, we don't want ICE here or anywhere else. Give all your love to Richmond and the good people who have made things happen and moved it forward. Thank you.
Time has expired. Thank you. Our next speaker is Joe Pulio. He'll be followed by Sohila Bana, and then we'll move to the online speakers. If you are joining us online, you need to have your hand raised. Joe Pulio.
Thank you. Joe Pulio, Richmond resident. When we moved here 16 years ago, Richmond was America's 10 most dangerous cities. Chevron had a desk in the city manager's office. The police had a jump-out gang that terrorized the Latino community. The city manager skipped town, leaving a huge fiscal deficit, engendering employee layoffs and diminished city services. We had a recklessly run refinery leading to the massive fire in 2012. What a difference progressive leadership has made in Richmond. We now have an intelligent, responsible, and honest city government, thanks to the work of organizations such as the Richmond Progressive Alliance, APEN, Communities for a Better Environment, and others. We have achieved fiscal responsibility, rent control to protect our residents' stability, an effective civilian police review commission, and a citywide minimum wage. Keep up the good work.
Okay. Our last in-person speaker is Sohila Bana.
Hello, everyone. I represent District 4, which is marked by high and very high fire hazard severity zone. By California law, it's the police department that's in charge of evacuations. So Richmond Police Department has always been very important to my district and my constituents. Chief Police has retired after 28 years. I got to know her as a founder of the Family Justice Center. I was pleasantly surprised and impressed by her role in reducing human trafficking in the city of Richmond and saving the victims of human trafficking. And it's good to know that she's heading there to lead the Family Justice Center. Long story short, we have a wonderful former deputy police chief who is leading the Richmond Police Department. I have invited both of them, the former police chief, Bisa French, and the current police chief, Tim Simmons, to participate at the Zoom community gathering to share their experiences of leading the city and their plans for the future, respectively. I would like to invite you, especially you, Mr. Mayor, to join us, and all the residents. If you're interested to participate and want the Zoom link, please send me an email. I posted on my Facebook, Sohila Bana for Richmond, and please email me for the link. Hope to see you tomorrow night, Wednesday at 6 p.m. Thank you.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers. And this category is open forum. Okay. Sabrina.
We currently have 8 speakers. Those speakers are London's iPhone, Emily Ross, Barry Taranto, Joseph Glatzier, Nance, Arto Rentila, another device named iPhone, and the last speaker is Stan Woods. London's iPhone, please unmute yourself. State your last name for the record, and you may begin. London, please unmute yourself, and you may begin. Okay, we'll go back to London. The next speaker is Emily Ross. Emily, please unmute yourself, and you may begin.
Good evening, council and community. My name is Emily Ross. I'm a Richmond resident. This is just a city staff appreciation comment. Shout out to Arnold for already saying this, but I think it's worth saying twice. I attended the January 6th meeting remotely, as I usually do, noting that there were substantially more public speakers than usual, and from my vantage point, things seemed to run smoothly. Thank you to the city clerk's office for, as usual, conducting public comment with clarity and fairness, to KCRT for making tech run smoothly, even with the added layer of the overflow room utilization. I understand the police and fire departments had more presence than usual. I believe the city manager advocated for staff to get to go home since it was clear we wouldn't get to any of the items relating to city business. And the city attorney's office was on the ready to respond to legal questions. So that's it. Just a thanks to city staff for doing the work you do to support our public meetings, the last one, this one, and everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Barry Taranto. Please unmute yourself and you may begin, Barry.
Yes, good evening. I'm Barry Toronto. I do live in San Rafael, but we're very close neighbors. And I'm rather impressed at how engaged the residents of Richmond are in their city council business and city business. However, I was not impressed by the disturbances that took place during public comment. And even tonight, I've been to lots of public meetings, but especially in San Francisco, where it is not permitted to be speaking out loud and being interrupting the speaker and being demeaning to the speaker. Everybody needs to get a chance to speak and say something. And there are ways of just of expressing your pleasure or displeasure by using your hand gestures or etc. But not to use your voice and to interrupt the proceedings. And I think it behoove the mayor or his designee to kind of interrupt the audience once in a while and tell them it's not permitted to be interrupting the speaker or to be out these loud outbursts. It's not appropriate, and everybody gets a chance to speak. On the other side of it, the speaker has a responsibility not to attack people's character and call them stupid or their intelligence. I mean, you're addressing the city council on topics and issues that are important to you as a speaker, but at the same time, you don't really have the right to attack someone else who wants to speak, because it discourages people who may have something really important to say or have some information that would be helpful to the other people in the room. So thank you for letting me express my observations regarding this issue. Fortunately, I won't be around later to speak on the other items, but I would good luck on your patience on hearing everybody speak. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joseph Glatzer. Please unmute yourself and you may begin, Joseph. Joseph?
Okay, sorry, is this working?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Joseph Glatzer, and I'm here to speak about the dueling resolutions about the mayor, and I'm asking that the council vote no on
I'm
the
sorry,
Brown and
you cannot speak on that item at this point. I'm sorry. This session is to only speak to items on the consent calendar or other items that are not scheduled to be talked about.
So I can only comment on this when one of these items comes up?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
The next speaker is Nance. Nance, please unmute yourself, state your first and last name for the record, and you may begin.
Hello. My name is Nance with the community group ACE, Contra Costa. The members of Contra Costa ACE want to voice our support for the city's endorsement letter for our Clean Energy and Healthy Homes project. ACE staff and members have been organizing residents of Central and South Richmond around electrification and neighborhood scale decarbonization for over 2 years. We are now enrolling the first of what we hope to be many families in the.
Nance, we're unable to hear you at this point. Okay, it looks like we've lost Nance. I will go back to them. All right, the next speaker is R2 Rentila. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Arno Rentila. I've been a resident of Richmond since the 60s here in the Fairmead Hilltop area. I'm also the chair of the RNCC, the Richmond Neighborhood Coordinating Council. And I was, before I get into that, I wanted to congratulate the new Vice Mayor, Doria Robinson. Congratulations. I wanted to invite everybody that can hear my voice to our Black History Month celebration on February 9th in the City Council chambers at 7 o'clock. We will be honoring some legendary neighborhood council presidents that have been working with their neighborhoods for 30, 40 years. And these people are Doris Mason from the Iron Triangle Neighborhood Council, J.C. Farr from East Shore Neighborhood Council, A.J. Jelani from Belding Woods, and we're also going to honor Honorable Nat Bates, who has been a 2-time mayor of Richmond and 8-time city council member. So I have sent a request for a proclamation to the mayor's office and to the city manager and the city clerk. I hope they have a chance to respond. And the RNCC has asked that Doria or Vice Mayor Robinson and Councilmember Cepeda present on behalf of the mayor's office if he's open to that. Again, Black History Month celebration, February 9th, City Council chambers at 7 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we'll go back to Nance. Nance, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Yeah, sorry about that. As I was saying, we believe our door knocking and organizing efforts will benefit immensely from a letter of endorsement from the city of Richmond and Richmond City Council. Residents will be more likely to enroll in these initiatives if they see that our elected officials are supportive. At the same time, this letter provides the city an opportunity to amplify a support for an equitable transition that provides all Richmond families, regardless of income, access to affordable, clean energy and healthy homes. So I just want to thank Councilmember Doria Robinson for your leadership on this issue and the rest of Richmond City Council for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker has a device named iPhone. Please unmute yourself, state your first and last name for the record, and you may begin.
Claudia Citroen. So I just wanted to bring back some crime data from 2025. Motor vehicles theft per week, 16. Arson, 39. Robbery, 5. Aggravated assault, 16. And so the council wastes its time and it doesn't adopt policy, it doesn't appropriate funds, it fails to develop oversight to safeguard life, safety, property, and it also fails to ensure that its leadership sets proper priority and provides executive leadership. The council persistently underfunds public safety. It doesn't address encampment fire-related hazards. Last year, there have been 750 encampment fires and some 39 brush fires. In the last 90 days, there have been 51 shootings. The community is exposed to ongoing violent crime, to uncontrolled encampment fires. This is a cumulative community trauma. This is what really happens in the city. This is what you need to focus on. This is why all this other brouhaha happens. So please refocus. You are notified that you have critical failures and you fail to fulfill your legal and fiduciary duties to protect public safety. And to add to that, the fire chief, they responded last year to some 36,000 calls, and they still fight to get funding, to get their staff trained. The police department still has 16 open investigations. They still don't have the staff. This is trauma. Please address this. Please focus. Doria Robinson, you talk about Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. Your time has expired. The next speaker will be Stan Woods. Stan, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, am I unmuted now?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Stan Woods. I am speaking on behalf of the Oscar Grant Committee Against Police Brutality and State Repression. I would like to make a brief statement in support of Eduardo Martinez against the motions to censor and the other dishonest motions that are out there.
Now
Yes.
is not the time to speak to that. You will have to wait till that item comes up.
Any rough idea when that would be?
I have no idea. Just keep monitoring the council meeting, and hopefully you'll be around when it's time to speak. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
And that was our last speaker.
Okay. Our next item is approval of the consent calendar, and as a reminder, item 07B has been removed, and that's the modification of the city council liaison appointments cycle for boards and commission. Item 07C, that's appointment of Anna Talese Witrago to the Community Police Review Commission. That's been continued to January 27th. And item 08B, that's the contract amendment for the fiscal year 24-25 Grade 5 Sanitary Sewer Rehab Project. So those three items will not be included in this vote. Need a motion?
I'm sorry, I move the item. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Cepeda.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Okay. All right. Our next item, moving to State of the City. Okay, hold on one second. And we will receive a presentation of the annual State of the City report from Mayor Eduardo Martinez.
Thank you. So we've had quite the year in 2025. We've faced our challenges as well. What matters most is how we respond to these challenges and how we keep moving forward. In that regard, I want to recognize City Manager Curl for her leadership and for guiding the organization through some very difficult moments while keeping the city focused on progress and results. I also want to thank every city department for compiling the information included in the State of the City report and for the work they've done throughout the year to improve Richmond. There's not a single thing that we do up here without the dedication, expertise, the daily effort of our city workers. They are the ones delivering services, maintaining infrastructure, supporting residents, and keeping the city moving forward. They deserve the credit for the progress we are seeing. I also want to recognize my City Council colleagues for advancing the policies and decisions that have helped put Richmond in a stronger financial position and moved us forward in many positive ways. The State of the City presentation we will hear tonight is an update of the full State of the City report that was adopted this December. For anyone who wants to take a deeper dive into the numbers and the details, I encourage you to review the full report available on the city website. So thank you. KCRT, can you please play the video? Good evening, Richmond. Tonight, we gather to reflect on a year of hard work and progress, and to look ahead at what comes next for our city. This year's State of the City theme, Destination Richmond, marks a real turning point. We have stabilized our finances. Crime continues to decline, with a 17% drop in total index crimes according to data, and homicides at the lowest level ever recorded in our city's history. Because of that progress, Richmond is no longer focused on being on the defensive. We're focused on growth, on building a city residents can enjoy and take pride in, and one others want to visit, invest in, and believe in. Every project we advance, every partnership we form, and every person we bring onto our city team is part of a broader effort to put Richmond on the map. Not as a place to pass through, but as a place where opportunity takes root. Welcome to the 2025 State of the City, Destination Richmond. We begin with the foundation, financial stability. Over the past year, the City Council made serious, disciplined decisions behind the dais. And because of that work, Richmond is in a stronger financial position than it has been in decades. For fiscal year 24-25, we adopted a balanced budget with steady revenue growth across property taxes, utility users tax, franchise fees, and the operating transfers. Measure U alone generated $14.6 million, 4 times more than the previous business tax structure. Those dollars are supporting recreation programs, park improvements, staffing, and services residents feel every day. As a result of this discipline, Richmond was formally removed from the state auditor's high-risk list, and our credit outlook remains stable. That matters. It tells investors, lenders, and regional partners that Richmond plans responsibly and delivers on its commitments. For the 3rd straight year, revenues exceeded expenses. Looking ahead, the fiscal year 25-26 budget totals approximately $645 million. The general fund brought in just over $308 million, with expenditures around $260 million, leaving a healthy surplus of roughly $48 million. We are no longer reacting to crises. We are planning ahead, using data, and making decisions that set us up for long-term success. Richmond is financially strong, operationally steady, and ready to grow together. Over the past year, Richmond started to shift from defense to offense. Downtown is leading that change. The McDonald Avenue Task Force is bringing together elected officials, staff, business leaders, and residents to craft a clear, community-driven plan. State and federal partners are once again paying attention to downtown Richmond. Across the city, new businesses are opening. Verity is bringing clean tech manufacturing jobs. Raven SR is advancing renewable fuels. New eateries are opening downtown and along San Pablo Avenue. In Hilltop, Prime Store has begun community engagement to reimagine Hilltop Plaza. Workforce development remains central to our economic development. Through Youth Works, Richmond Works, and Richmond Build, over 400 youth attended the career fair, 96 residents completed occupational training, 172 secured jobs, over 40 Richmond Build graduates entered the trades. At the port, we completed the needs assessment, issued an RFP for the general warehouse, improved road safety, expanded staff, and a new facility was just constructed at Terminal 3 that will soon bring new jobs to our waterfront. Economic development is something we build together. I encourage residents to join a board or commission and help shape Richmond's future.
Something big just happened in downtown Richmond, and it smells amazing. Today was a grand reopening of the lot, Downtown Richmond Food Court, just a few steps from the Richmond BART station. Formerly known as a mobile vendor program, this isn't just a food court. It's food with purpose. It's a city-backed initiative to help our local street vendors grow real businesses in a legal, safe, and welcoming space, while creating a new space for residents to gather in downtown Richmond. With new landscaping, shaded seating, and a lineup of vendors serving hibachi, pupusas, burgers, tacos, and churros, this is a great place to bring a friend or family. Phase 2 was a full city effort. The mayor's office, economic development, public works, the city manager's team, all in partnership with Richmond Farmers Market and Richmond Main Street Initiative. Mayor Eduardo Martinez is all in on downtown Richmond, and this is just the first step. A bold, beautiful step towards a downtown Richmond that works for all of us.
The city cannot be a destination without safe streets. Richmond continues to trend in a positive direction on public safety. Overall, index crimes are down 17% according to data from January to November. Our fire department remains strong and reliable, responding to over 12,500 incidences in 2025. Firefighters trained new recruits, promoted leaders, and graduated 35 CERT volunteers, strengthening preparedness citywide. At the same time, we are honest about challenges. In recent months, Richmond has experienced a troubling increase in gun-related incidences. We ask residents to remain vigilant, resilient, and to reach out to people in their lives who may be heading down a dangerous path. Even so, in 2025, Richmond again recorded a historic low in homicides. That is meaningful progress, but one life lost is still one too many. Tonight, we honor those lives and recommit ourselves to this work for their families and for the community. Our approach is multi-pronged: prevention, intervention, community support, and law enforcement. The Office of Neighborhood Safety engaged more than 22,000 hours with individuals at highest risk through Operation Peacemaker. The ROC team, our community crises response team, is now fully staffed and preparing to launch in early 2026, responding to behavioral health and low-level crises calls with care and expertise. I want to recognize the Richmond Police Department for their contributions towards this positive overall trend and welcome Chief Simmons into his new role. And I thank outgoing Chief Bisa French for her service and leadership. We are strengthening the foundation beneath public safety by expanding recreation programs, supporting LEAP for adult education, and investing in Youth Works and Richmond Works, connecting residents to jobs and career pathways. This comprehensive approach is moving Richmond toward a safer, healthier future. Destination Richmond means sustainability. And last year, we had a major win. After decades of uncertainty and repeated development pressure, Point Melody was finally secured in 2025 as a permanent public open space, a major environmental and preservation win for Richmond. In 2025, the East Bay Regional Park District completed the acquisition of the site, ending years of debate and legal conflict over the future. Instead of dense development along the sensitive stretch of bay shoreline, Point Melody is now protected for habitat preservation, climate resilience, and public access. This outcome safeguards irreplaceable coastal ecosystems, expands green space in a city that has long borne the burden of industrial pollution, and ensures that this land will serve residents and future generations rather than private interests. The 2025 resolution closed a long chapter and marked a clear choice by Richmond to prioritize environmental stewardship, equity, and long-term public benefits. In other news, this year we completed 41 no-cost solar installations for low-income households, launched a virtual power plant pilot, and pursued over $800,000 in climate and energy grants. A $3.3 million annual settlement with PG&E is funding clean energy initiatives. Through the Transformative Climate Communities Grant, $35 million is supporting mobility, housing, green projects, and 1,000 new trees.
Today's a new day, but there is no sunshine. Nothing but clouds, and it's dark in my heart, and it feels like a cold night. Today's a new day, but where are my blue skies? Where is the love and the joy that you promised me? Tell me it's alright.
I'll be honest with you.
I almost gave up, but a power that I can't explain fell from heaven like a shower now.
When I think how much better I'm gonna be when this is over.
I smile, even though I hurt, see I smile. I know God is working, so I smile. Even though I've been here for a while.
What you do?
I smile.
Come on and
smile. It's so hard to look up when you've been down. Sure would hate to see you give up now.
God's people.
You look so much better when you smile. So smile.
Now every day ain't gonna be perfect, but it still don't mean today don't have purpose. Come on.
Today's a new day, but there is no sunshine. Nothing but clouds and it's
A destination city must inspire. Richmond continues to invest in its public arts and cultural spaces, from murals in Parchester Village and new art at Shields Reed to new sculptures like the one at Terminal 3. Historically, the arts have been a central part of Richmond's identity. Looking forward, we must commit to uplifting our artists and not treating them like a big business. We must cut the red tape and empower our artists to be more creative and provide funding pathways with less barriers. Let's talk recreation and our library. Our recreation department served over 7,000 youth, welcomed 15,000 aquatic participants, and expanded our senior programming. Library visits are up 13%, checkouts up 20%, and the main library renovation is underway. Proof of our community's thirst for learning and connection. Across Richmond, Public Works has been delivering results. This year alone, crews laid over 12,000 tons of asphalt, filled 12,000 potholes, paved 36 blocks, and installed nearly 950 new traffic signs. Major projects like the Ferry Point Pump Station and the Ream Creek project were completed, while new park improvements broke ground across the city. At the wastewater treatment plant, a $50 million grit and aeration upgrade modernized critical infrastructure and strengthened environmental resilience. The Point Melotti Trail, a 2.5-mile shoreline connection, is now under construction, finally linking our waterfront and helping make it a true destination for recreation and tourism. Park improvements continue citywide. The Shields Reed complex in North Richmond is undergoing a major overhaul. Borman Park on the south side is being revitalized. Window Park is next, and we are committed to improvements at neighborhood parks, including new restrooms at Cheese Park.
Every time we say si se puede, it's going to end with si se pudo, because we can, and we will. And you are proof that the community knows how to get things done.
A destination city has to work effectively. This year, our Information Technology Department launched the Intuitive Municipal Solution System, IMS, a cloud-based platform modernizing permits, planning, code enforcement, and business licensing. Residents can now track applications, communicate with departments, and move through the city process with greater transparency and ease. We also invested in our workforce through internal programs like the Tech Academy and through external partnerships with Bloomberg Philanthropies, Harvard University, and Johns Hopkins University. We expanded professional development across the organization. These partnerships enable staff to participate in programs such as civic engagement, the Data Alliance, and the year-long Senior Leaders Program. As a result, staff are building new skills, strengthening confidence, and collaborating more effectively across departments. Since the pandemic, the city has added 68 positions, restoring capacity and strengthening essential services residents rely on every day. There is more to do, but real progress is underway. A destination city is stronger when our residents are not displaced by new development. And across Richmond, we are advancing housing projects with a focus on community benefits. Cherry Blossom Row will bring 100 townhomes to the annex, including affordable units and a public community garden. There's also a new affordable housing at Fred Jackson Way that will soon have a ribbon cutting. In downtown, Metro Walk Phase 2 promises to bring 150 new affordable homes, and the 12th and McDonald site will add housing near transit and strengthen the city's core. These two projects are at different stages of development, and I am committed to doing my best, my part, to move them along. Through Project Home Key, we secured $14.5 million to convert a motel into supportive housing. A $9.3 million state encampment resolution grant is addressing homelessness with compassion, combining cleanups, workforce development, and housing support. This is how Richmond balances safety with humanity. Richmond is no longer defined by what others think we can't do. We're defined by what we're doing and who we're becoming. Looking ahead to 2026, our vision's clear. We'll continue pushing toward zero homicides, launch a downtown master plan, advance hilltop redevelopment, bring the Red Oak Victory closer to the Rosie the River Museum, explore a water taxi connecting our shoreline. We'll promote the arts through the establishment of an arts corridor. This is what Destination Richmond looks like. A city that honors its past, invests in its people, and builds confidently towards its future. The road ahead is ours to shape. Let's keep building the Richmond we know is possible, together. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sure all of you are aware that you're clapping for yourselves because you are Richmond. I appreciate everything that you've contributed to make Richmond what it is, and I'm sure that we will continue together to make it even stronger. So, do we have public speakers?
We have 2 in-person speakers. We do not have any speakers in the auditorium. If there's anyone online wishing to address the council on the State of the City address, please raise your hand at this time. Speakers are Cordell Hendler and Jamin Purcell. You each have 2 minutes.
Well, Mayor Martinez, council, for the record, Cordell Hendler and a Richmond resident. So looking at this presentation, all I can say is one word. I do approve this State of the City, Mayor Martinez, and wow, this is really extraordinary. So I see a brighter future for 2026. You want zero homicides? We have to work hard on it. So looking at this presentation, it got me thinking, what would make Richmond more interesting? Destination. You say about the port, here's what I say about the port. We need more revenue to come into the port, to build our infrastructure, which I will save that for when the port gives their presentation. So thank you for this presentation, and I'm just amazed by how all the hard work that city staff has done and the residents have come together. So this is a presentation, so it deserves a A+. So with that, Jamin Purcell, it's all yours.
I'm going to keep my comments really short and sweet. One, I really appreciate you being able to present this. Your staff did a really great job of being able to make sure that all of the things that happened last year were actually included. In particular, the fact that we got started on the library, finally being able to move forward with Point Melotti. I think that was a huge win for the city, and as well addressing the fact that are in one of the better financial states that we've ever been. So I really do appreciate that the city got to hear all this, because these are good things, and we oftentimes don't get to hear the good things that come out of Richmond. So thank you.
Okay, that was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers. We have 1 speaker.
The speaker with the device name iPhone, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Please state your first and last name for the record.
Claudia Citroen. So this was a fancy presentation as expected. I want to reiterate, it doesn't mention the encampment fires. It does not mention the south side and the west side of the city, where people from Marina District and from Northeast never go because it's too dangerous. It does not mention the vehicle thefts, and it does not mention the injuries that happen with hit and run accidents. It does not mention the smoke shops, which are in every corner, which open beyond their allowed times and sell illicit drugs under the counter. So you're missing out on a lot of different things, and that's why many Richmond residents are not happy with the leadership. You're polishing a facade which is just not true. If you want to be true, please be true, be honest, and you're not. It's stopped to be deceiving, and this is not getting you off the campaign trail very well. And so I just want to add, I know several people who were teachers, they lost their positions after the union decisions. Not only did they lose their positions, they lost their housing, they have children, and they live in cars. This is what your union, you spend 50,000 K on supporting childcare for union people. What about all these people who are now living in cars? This is a single mom, the kids live in cars. Let that sink in. Teachers, let it sink in. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. So, any comments from the council?
Thank you for the presentation, and I just wanted to first thank the mayor for his leadership, and also thank Tony Tamayo for doing this wonderful video. Like, his work has been amazing and improving what a state of the city presentation is putting the bar really high. And BK White, who is the director of policy at the mayor's office as well. And I just wanted to say that one of the things that you mentioned was the pavement. And since in 2020, from 2020 and up to now, the pavement budget has been increased from $4 million that was annually budgeted to this year, $10 million. So we are going to see more improvements on that. Thank you.
If there are no other comments, we'll move on to the next item.
Our next item under new business is item Q1, and that is to receive the Port of Richmond financial report and presentation, which provides an overview of port revenue sources, tariff structures, and funding mechanism for large infrastructure projects. We currently have 2 in-person speakers. No speakers in the auditorium. And if you are joining us online to address the council on item Q1, please raise your hand at this time.
Go ahead.
Okay, CRT, can you bring up the presentation for Q1? Can we get it on our screens as well, possibly? Mayor Martinez, City Council, Charles Gerard, Director of the Port, and I'm here with Emily Combs, Director of Finance. So we have a presentation this evening. I'm not sure that we'll get an ovation as well, but we thank the mayor and the City Council for your interest in the Port of Richmond. So this presentation stems from agenda item that we had in October, where we presented the facilities assessment that led to some discussion on the enterprise fund. The port is an enterprise fund, and so we're coming back to council with this financial update. We'll talk about the enterprise, define the enterprise and the benefits of an enterprise fund. We'll talk about the port as an economic engine. We'll talk about how we raise revenue through leases and tariffs, and we'll introduce some financial reports. We'll mention the loan between the city and the port, and we'll talk about the infrastructure development and the strategic planning process. So with that, I'll hand it over to Emily, and next slide, please.
All right, thank you. So the port is an enterprise fund, and the main purposes of an enterprise fund is to track revenues and expenses for services that are expected to be self-sustaining. The other purpose is transparency, so to provide a clear picture of the financial performance and condition of the service and efficiency to encourage business-like practices and accountability in managing public services. Enterprise funds are generally restricted by the purpose and revenue sources, and they cannot be used for unrelated government activities so long as the amount of liabilities exceeds the assets. And we'll go into that a little bit later. And why do enterprise funds have reserves? Why should they have reserves? Number one, it's for stability, to smooth out any fluctuations in revenue or unexpected expenses. It's for capital planning purposes to fund future infrastructure needs, and it's for creditworthiness. Strong reserves improve our bond ratings, which lowers our cost to borrow. And then emergency preparedness is the last purpose of the enterprise fund. Next slide, please. So although revenues generated from the port cannot be used for unrelated government activities, a port can benefit the broader community in several ways beyond its self-sustaining operations. And Charles will go into that in a little more detail, but you can see there's job creation, business growth, and tax revenues that are sort of indirectly related to the port, like property taxes, and they generate sales taxes and other taxes that do support general government services. And with that, we can move to the next slide, please.
Okay, so as we talk about the port as an economic engine, it really revolves around four attributes. One is job creation. So the port operations in the city are generating hundreds of local jobs in auto processing, storage, maintenance, longshore work, as well as peripheral jobs in and around the city and the neighborhood. The business activity, the port manages a variety of cargo and service operations to the marine industry, much of that also generating peripheral business for the local economy in terms of fuel supply, engineering services, and other services. The port does generate revenue that is recycled into the Port Enterprise Fund. However, the businesses that are operating in the port do pay permit fees and business taxes to the city of Richmond. And lastly, just regional competitiveness. So we have an opportunity, and the port has been growing over the years, so we're positioning ourselves for ongoing growth and to bring more business into the city. Next slide, please. And then just further on the economic engine, the annual port investment, the port in the last couple of years has been investing about $2 million in services and construction and upgrading projects. So that's largely going to the region and businesses in the city. From the facilities assessment that we recently presented, we know there's significantly more infrastructure and capital improvement projects that we'll be taking on, that will be further construction investment and jobs. And then, based on last year's financial reports, the tenants of the Port of Richmond paid about $430,000 in taxes and fees to the city of Richmond. And again, that creating, adding to the job creation, business activity, and revenue generation. Next slide, please. The municipal port has about 12 tenants. We are, in terms of port models, we're a landlord port, so we are leasing property to the operators at the port. Most of our tenants are on a lease model arrangement where they're essentially renting space, waterfront space and facilities from the port. And some of our tenants are on an operational tariff model where they generate revenue through cargo and ships visiting the port and comply with the port's tariff fees. So we're just showing a list of those tenants that are at the port. We'll be describing the leases and the tariffs further in just a moment. Next slide, please.
So here's a look at our 5-year port lease revenue. We've been in about the 2.5 million range since 2022. Next slide, please. So this slide just outlines the key components of a port tariff, which is essentially a scheduled fee that governs the cost of using port facilities and services. So together, these services or these fees ensure that the port can maintain its infrastructure, manage traffic efficiently, and provide reliable services to shipping companies and cargo handlers. Next slide, please. So here's a look at our port tariff revenue over the last 5 years. You can see there, and it's been pretty steady. In 2025, we did have a modest drop there, and that was just due to lower volume of automobiles coming in. So, all right, next slide, please. So here's a look at our total revenues and expenditures at the port over the last 5 years. So for any enterprise like the port, there's a built-in expectation that revenues will exceed our operating costs. And that is for the purpose of building your reserves, which it has. And we need these for grant match opportunities, for the credit worthiness, like we talked about earlier, and for capital planning purposes. Next slide, please. So here's a look at our statement of net position. This is where we report all of our assets and our liabilities. It includes our unrestricted fund balance or our reserves. It shows our financial position over a period of time, and it helps us assess our liquidity, our solvency, and our ability to meet our long-term obligations and capital structure, which is a mix of our debt and equity. Next slide, please. So here's just the same table, but in a picture format. I look at our 5-year trend of net position, and you can see that our assets and liabilities went up from 2021 to 2022, and that was simply just GASB 87. It's just the way we report long-term leases. So the green are our assets, the red are our liabilities, the purple line is our net position, and then you can see the cash or our unrestricted reserve, which is that light blue line at the bottom. Next slide. So one of our liabilities the port has is our general fund loan. The loan was made over 20 years ago for a term that goes until 2049. And the purpose of the loan was to help cover operating deficits, support capital improvements, and bridge timing gaps. So the amount was $17.1 million, but the balance is now down to about $7.5 million. A good portion of that was paid off this past year, which was a payment of about $4.5 million. Next slide. So these are the different ways we can pursue investments in our port infrastructure. The first one, public-private partnerships through leveraging long-term tenant leases. We can pursue state and federal grants. We can issue revenue bonds or other municipal financing tools. Obviously, that adds on to our liabilities, and that would be for larger infrastructure projects. Or we can do self-funding for maybe smaller projects, which is just a direct investment from the port fund while maintaining enough in our reserves to for all the things that we mentioned earlier, like maintaining creditworthiness and to pursue grants with matching requirements. Next slide.
Yeah, so the last two slides, the last two of the presentation, we're often asked about the planning and the strategic planning of the port. So we wanted to just insert a couple of updates on that. I refer to the port strategic plan as a building blocks endeavor, and putting together one item was the infrastructure assessment. We've been looking at the port organization, land use considerations. As you know, we have received a grant from the CEC for an offshore wind study. That will be part of the planning. We're collecting proposals for an economic impact study, and then ultimately we'll put those pieces together with the strategic plan. Next slide, please. And this last slide just shows some timing on where we are regarding those building blocks and an estimated delivery of a final strategic plan. We've discussed before that may take a couple of years. The one comment I would say is the offshore wind study that we'll be undertaking in 2026 will, in all likelihood, advance the schedule because we'll get a lot of good content out of that regarding our facilities and options for our facilities. Next slide. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We have a lot of questions. Do we have public comment?
Yes. We have two in-person speakers. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on item Q1, please raise your hand at this time. Speakers are Cordell Hindler and Jamin Purcell. We do not have any speakers in auditorium.
Okay. So good evening, Mayor Martinez, council. For the record, Cordell Handler, I'm a Richmond resident. So thank you, Charles and Emily, for that presentation. So I got a lot out of it. And so one of the things that I thought of was like the strategic plan. I think that's a good idea. But we need to get some more input because I would like to see more of a ways to generate more revenue for the port. So hopefully staffing would be added to the plan. So I like the presentation, and hopefully you're taking notes and making sure you add staffing to the port because you'll get more. You catch more flies than you do with honey, than you do with vinegar. So, Jamin, it's all yours.
Jamin Purcell.
Hello. I actually just have two questions, which is I was wondering if you would be able to, if they would be able to answer if the CEC grant for offshore wind is going to be impacted because of the federal government's lack of environmental interests, and then as well whether the, well, yeah, I think that's the big one. So thank you. That's the only question.
Any other speakers? If not, then it's time for council. I want to remind you that this is a time for questions, not comments. So keep it to questions. Yes, Councilmember Wilson.
Hi. So thank you for the presentation. Could I look at slide 17 again, just because I have a question about the timeline? Do I have to yell out KCRT?
Slide 17, KCRT.
I don't know the magic. Thank you. I appreciate this because I'm one of the people I know that asks you constantly, when are we going to have the strategic planning project completed? So it's great to see that these things are sort of, building upon each other. So one of my questions is, I know you've already completed the infrastructure assessment and gave a presentation on that last year, sometime in 2025. And one of the things I learned during that last presentation is that although it's a gigantic, taken as a total, there's a lot of deferred maintenance, of the port and quite a large amount of money that will have to be secured. And thank you for sort of going through the ways that a city might or the Port of Richmond might find the money to do that. One of the things I learned last time is you don't do projects like that all at once. What you do is you sort of decide which area is smartest to focus on, which will have sort of return on the investment, and then you fix one part of the port and so forth. And so I guess to phrase this as a question is, do we have to wait until the end of the strategic planning project before any of the infrastructural problems that were identified in the infrastructural assessment can be addressed? Are we basically on hold until October 2027 in terms of fixing things?
No, we're not. So we're always, there's some regular maintenance that we've completed in the last couple of years. So there's sort of an annual maintenance program that we've started. With regard to the infrastructure report, we received a, prioritized list of projects. So we have gone to market already to tackle the highest priority item, which is related to the wharf infrastructure. Also, simultaneously, we have been applying for grant money. We have a proposed $15 million project with the Maritime Administration and Department of Transportation. We've been waiting to hear a response on that grant application, but we're also applying for other grants at this time. So the variables with regard to timing are what's the priority in terms of safety and operations of the port, and secondly, what funding do we have and what funding can we invest, and what grants are in front of us that that will help pay for those.
Okay.
And-
So, oh, sorry.
No, and I was just going to say the CEC grant, the offshore wind study was actually supposed to start in June. To address the other comment, that's a state-funded program. So the money is there for that study, and it was delayed as a result of state budget items. The Department of Transportation grant, we should have heard 6 months ago. So we're sort of faced with delays that are out of our control. But we are driving ahead with the projects.
Okay, so if I understand it, there's the problems that were identified in the infrastructural report should be addressed regardless of what the eventual strategic plan is for the port. Like, it's sort of
Correct.
obvious things that need to be, okay, thank you. That's it.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I love to see how we are doing things. So I have, I guess, 3 questions. One is, how much is the reserve that the port have? How much it is?
Oh, so in terms of our accounts, there is a slide. We're at about $20 million in our reserve account today.
Okay. Can you give us an update about the RFP that came out around the warehouse? How is, like, the warehouse?
The general warehouse.
The general warehouse.
Yeah, we received the proposals on the general warehouse. It's under city staff. We have an evaluation committee that's reviewing the proposals, and it's we're running through a somewhat confidential process, and ultimately we're working towards a recommendation that we would make to city council regarding the general warehouse.
So I'm following that is, so I guess how this tied to a strategic plan. Like, if we are saying that until we won't have that, and the idea is that the strategic planning drives the vision for what we want to see in the port, and we are having an RFP for the general warehouse without that, how you are making the decision about what should be there at this point where without that strategic planning?
Sure, that's a great question. And similar to the other projects that we have to work on, there's a lot of variables with regard to what we take on. One variable is in the mayor's state of the city last year, he expressed to the port and to the public his interest to see the general warehouse go on the market and be utilized. From my perspective, the strategic plan, even building up to it, will be an evolutionary process. The general warehouse itself is quite unique, a unique property. It doesn't have any waterfront facilities to it, so it's a smaller defined footprint within the port. The use case for that property has been a challenge over the years, but largely because it's a unique property and we don't see it being integrated with the other operations, we made the decision to go ahead and advance that RFP to try to find a tenant for that property.
Okay, I still kind of like confused, but let's move on, and I
Sure.
will follow up with you. I had 2 more questions. I said 3, but I have actually 4.
No problem.
Could you explain to me about the Red Oak Victory? And like, there is a slide there that, so we had the Red Oak Victory and like the money. Like, can you explain how, if we get money or we don't get money, who owns the Red Oak Victory, and kind of like more information about that?
Sure, and I'll just mention, we have another agenda item coming up on February 3rd, and there were some questions around the Red Oak Victory, the move of the Red Oak Victory, and the history of the Red Oak Victory. So we're going to imminently be addressing that. I believe that is on consent, but will get pulled for questions.
I think it should be like I will pull that I will pull.
Yeah, in
I don't know.
In a nutshell, the Red Oak Victory is housed at the Port of Richmond. It's owned by the Richmond Museum Association. There was an agreement many years ago between the port and the city and the Red Oak Victory Richmond Museum Association where we house the ship. In return for housing the ship, we get some credit towards the debt that we own the city of Richmond. So we are getting on our balance sheet a credit against our debt. So it's helpful for the port, but there's an ongoing discussion about the right location of the Red Oak Victory.
But I heard that what we receive, we had to give it back. Can you explain that? Or can we leave that conversation for the next item agenda?
I don't think we have to return any of the credits that we've received. We would not return those credits that we're receiving against the Red Oak.
Yeah, I think that this issue has a lot of facets to it, and I think it would require a much deeper conversation that we should have when we discuss the Red Oak Victory ship specifically.
Okay, perfect. So please don't put it on consent calendar to
I'll
know
talk
how
to city management
to pull it
and make
out.
an adjustment.
And then I think these are my questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda. That was difficult.
Yeah, my former title, thank you. Can you explain a little bit, one of the slides says port tariff revenue. Are we getting revenue from tariffs? How are tariffs affecting the port? I guess is my main
yes,
question.
we are. So about 75% of the port's revenue comes from tariff-generated revenue. That predominantly comes from auto warehousing. So they don't pay a land lease per se like other tenants. We generate money by the amount of cargo that they discharge off the ship. So that's the wharfage charge. We get a fee for the ships that are docked at the port's facilities, but those are the auto ships. And we also generate a storage charge for cargo that's sitting on the port property. So those are the concepts of a tariff. And in many ports, that's the model, is they're operating off of tariffs. We have a mix of some leases and some tariff
Thank you.
operations.
Then going off on that as well, where are we with electrifying the port? Do we have an update on that?
You'll have to define electrifying the port.
From what I understand, there's a goal statewide to try to electrify all the ports. So the ships that are docking, instead of just, because that's their docking, they're on.
Sure.
And they're continuously polluting. If we electrify the ships,
Yeah,
then
so
they need to charge somewhere, so we got to electrify the port to electrify the fleet, so.
Sure. So what you're referring to is the at-berth, it's a CARB, at-berth regulation. So it's been implemented for many years at container terminals. It's become effective for RoRo-based terminals in 2025. We've been working through our options to meet CARB compliance. Today, we are compliant under a remediation model. The options to manage the emissions from the generators on the ship is electrification, so shore power. We have a number of challenges related to electrical infrastructure to supply shore power. The other alternative is a CARB-approved emission control solution, which is capturing the emissions from the ship and essentially running through a gas scrubber. That's the solution that we're pursuing, and those negotiations are still ongoing, but we are getting close, and I anticipate this quarter, Q1, we'll have another item for council in that regard.
Thank you for that. The other question, I want to back into a comment that was made earlier, the CEC environmental impact, and then any federal funding impact that we should be aware of or that could be coming down the pike that could be impacting the budget for the port.
No, only in a positive manner in terms of our grant applications for federal grant money on infrastructure. the economic impact study that we'll be undertaking will give us a feedback and a report on job creation and activity in and around the Port of Richmond. So as we do more planning and financial reporting and strategic planning, we have some base metrics with regard to our, the economic activity that we're generating, the number of jobs that we're supporting, those type of measures.
Thank you. I think that's it for now. Thank you so much.
Any others? Councilmember Robinson? Vice Mayor Robinson, my apologies.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm always interested in making sure that I understand clearly how best to think about the port in terms of how to move it in a direction so it's benefiting the city more. And just to make sure that I understand it, the ways that the city can benefit in terms of actual revenue generation, the port helping us generate revenue, is through businesses that come to the port and have sales tax that we could levy or get, or jobs, right?
Correct.
Those are the two ways. Maybe some permit fees or something like that.
Yeah, as in terms of direct money to the general fund,
Right,
not the Port
that's what I'm talking
Enterprise
about.
Fund. There are fees that are paid, business license and business tax that they're
Business
paying
license
into
and
the general fund.
Mhm.
In terms of economic activity, as you said, there's jobs being created for the residents and regionally.
Mhm.
The higher the employment, the more economic activity there is in terms of staff and resources working at the port, utilizing the amenities in and around the port, buying gas, going to lunch, going to dinner. And then the businesses within the port and the port itself as a city entity, we're investing in infrastructure and construction projects. So we're generating activity in terms of employing engineering and construction and maintenance firms to do the work for us, and also our tenants and other port operators are also investing in their own infrastructure.
Mhm.
So it's generating an ongoing cycle of activity
Yeah.
that contributes economically.
Do we currently track the number of jobs that the port is currently generating? Do we track that?
That's one of the
figure?
objectives of the economic impact study, is to get an accurate baseline of where we are today, both for the public-owned ports and the private ports operating in Richmond.
Mhm. So it'll track jobs, but it will also track things like the business tax revenue, so we can understand kind of like a holistic picture for how the port contributes to the general fund. Will that study give us that picture?
Yes, to the degree we can. And just a reminder, the Port of Richmond's a little unique. There's 5 city-owned facilities, and then there's multiple private facilities. So
Mhm.
we'll engage the consultant to give us a global view, but it will largely be focused on the city-owned terminals.
Mhm. And when you're thinking, I guess this is a question, because I'm not exactly sure how the strategic plan is structured, but will the strategic plan take into consideration or make recommendations around, what future the port should have so that it benefits not only the port operations, but also contributions to the general fund?
To the city as a whole, yes, most significantly it will, yes. But the port as a enterprise fund, and that's part of the purpose of the presentation, the money that we're generating directly through leasing facilities and tariffs stays within the port enterprise fund, does not go to the general fund.
Yeah.
But there is a add-on effect from the activity that the port's generating.
Yeah,
If I might,
understand that.
I'm sorry, if I might interject, my understanding of the strategic plan is to look at various options and weigh them against each other so that we can choose the best option for moving the port forward and moving the city forward also.
Yeah, but I just recognize that moving the port forward, if we're not considering the benefit to the general fund, could be that it's just having lots of revenue from leases and tariffs and things like that, but maybe the types of businesses that are chosen don't actually give lots of revenue to the general fund. And I
Right.
just wanted to make sure, or at least understand whether or not that was a consideration, because I think it should be an important consideration.
It was my understanding that that would be one of the considerations.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Well, it's good to know.
Yeah, absolutely.
No,
Thank you
and
for the report.
just last comment, we look at the strategic plan as like a 20-year horizon of the things that the council will want to see happen at the port. So,
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I have questions, but I'm going to hold off on them because they really don't affect the direction of the port. They're mostly informational questions to help me understand, the differences of port policy. So if there are no other questions, we've had
Next
public
item.
comment?
We've had that already.
Yes, okay, so then we'll move on to the next item.
Okay.
thank you very much.
Oh, yes. Vice.
I'll make a motion.
Yes.
The former vice
need
mayor makes a motion
Yes.
to receive the item.
And I second that.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Member Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Item P1. Our next item is item Q2, sorry. And that is to receive the West Ed Evaluation Report, a third-party external evaluator assessing the impact of the Richmond Fund for Children and Youth grant programs from fiscal years 2021 through 2024. We have two in-person speakers. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on item Q2, please raise your hand at this time.
Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor Robinson. Congratulations, and the balance of the City Council. My name is Patrick Seals. I'm the Administrative Chief, and I have with me Deputy City Manager LaShonda White, as well as we have consultants from Wested, Nicole Torado Strayer, as well as Alexis Grant, who will be leading our presentation and will be able to facilitate addressing any specifics within the evaluation specifically. And tonight, we're just asking you to receive their evaluation. And just as for grounding or background on this item, in 2018, the Richmond voters accepted and approved Measures E and K, which established Article 15 of the Charter, which is the Kids First Initiative, and established the Richmond Fund for Children and Youth. And ultimately, that measure dedicated a portion of the general fund to support programming that supports Richmond children and youth and their families from birth to age 24. The Charter, Article 15, also established a department that would help guide the mission of the fund and support investment across the strategic investment plan. And a key feature within the charter is the mandate for an independent evaluation of the fund, which is what we're bringing forth to you today. The period of evaluation is covered fiscal year 21 through 24 and represents the fund's first full investment cycle, approximately 3 years. During this time, the city allocated about $9 million for funding to approximately 46 community organizations. The evaluation was conducted by West Ed, which served as that independent evaluator, and intent was to measure participant outcomes and examine early indicators regarding systemic impact change for these types of investments, particularly for young people in our community. And so at this time, I'm going to ask that KCRT initiate the presentation, and if we could refrain from questions until they complete, and we'd be happy to address any questions that you have at the completion of that presentation. So KCRT, if you could please initiate our consultants. Thank you.
Hello, my My name is Dr. Alexis Grant, and I am joined here this evening by my co-director, Dr. Nicole Torrado-Strayer. This short presentation provides an overview of the Richmond Fund for Children and Youth Evaluation Report for the FY21-24 funding cycle. We'll provide a bit of introduction about the goals of RFCY, the evaluation design, and then go in to highlight some of the key achievements from the first cycle of RFCY funding. We will then conclude by looking forward to future years of RFCY implementation and sharing some recommendations. In 2018, Richmond voters approved Measures E and K, known as Richmond Kids First Initiative. These measures approved a City of Richmond charter amendment to create the Department of Children and Youth and required that a portion of the general fund be set aside to provide a dedicated funding source to help address some of the issues facing Richmond's young people. The Richmond Fund for Children and Youth provides grants to nonprofit organizations and public agencies to provide services to children and youth from birth to 24 years old in Richmond and unincorporated North Richmond to address the needs of children and youth. The theory of change depicted on this slide shows that by providing this funding, RFCY will reduce service gaps for Richmond's children and youth, support high-quality, equitable service delivery, and strengthen collaboration between service providers. Over time, it is expected that this fund will have a community impact of increasing overall availability of services and safety supports for children and youth. In doing all of this, the fund will have an impact for Richmond's children, ensuring that they are healthy, educated, and supported. The first round of funding was distributed in the 2021 fiscal year, and this first evaluation provides a picture of the implementation of the fund to help us understand how Richmond's children and youth are benefiting from these programs. Given that there are so many different factors that impact a young person's development, we would not expect to see systems-level changes just yet, but this can be addressed and investigated in future evaluations. WestEd began working with the Richmond Department of Children and Youth in 2023 during the third year of grants. We engaged in a participatory evaluation planning process that included the RFCY Oversight Board, the FY21-24 grantees, and a group of youth who informed the development of the evaluation plan. The evaluation includes several components. The first are participant surveys, one youth survey taken by participants ages 11 and older, and a parent survey to capture the experience of participants who are younger. We also administered a grantee survey and conducted focus groups with grantees. Lastly, we reviewed all of the reports that grantees had submitted to RDCY over the course of their grant period. As part of this work, we also partnered with a group of youth that we call the RFCY co-evaluators. The co-evaluators provided feedback on the design of the youth survey, and once we had grantee data, provided insights to guide our data analysis and visualization approach. 6 of the youth have also been trained to administer the participant surveys to support grantees that needed extra support with their on-site data collection. So in the following slides, we will highlight some of the key findings from the evaluation. The full evaluation report goes in more depth on everything that we will mention here today. In total, during fiscal years 21 and 20 through 24, $9.1 million went to organizations serving Richmond children, youth, and families, with the total grant dollars increasing each year. Each grantee performed to the department's satisfaction, and their contracts were renewed in subsequent years after their initial grant. There were 56 grants awarded to 46 different organizations during this time period. Several organizations received multiple grants for different services or programs. The evaluation data shows that RFCY is increasing access to services and supports for Richmond children and youth by expanding the availability and accessibility of services across the city. Funds were used to cover a variety of costs, including direct program costs such as staff salaries and program materials, infrastructure and administrative costs, and staff training and professional development. Grantees provided over 200,000 hours of services across 121 program sites, many of them providing more hours of services and serving more youth than they had originally estimated in their applications, highlighting that the desire for services is high and grantees are working hard to close service gaps. From grantees' service provision data, they reported over 58,000 children and youth encountered. Many of these youth are engaged long-term rather than in one-off programming. Programs were funded under one of 6 priority areas that were identified through the 2020 Community Needs Assessment and Strategic Investment Plan. Although each program was funded under a single priority area, many grantees offered programming that addressed multiple priority areas. One aspect of the fund we would like to highlight is that much of the time, programs were offered alongside existing services and supports, such as public parks, libraries, schools, and recreation centers. The full report includes examples of these types of programs funded under each area, as well as a map of all the program sites per area and a list of programs. Now I'll pass it off to Nicole, Dr. Tirado Strayer, to discuss the coverage and reach of services.
Thanks, Alexis. During fiscal year 21 through 24, RFCY funded 56 programs that operated across 115 different sites. Program sites span the city of Richmond and surrounding areas. Sites in Richmond include 12 publicly owned facilities, 13 outdoor spaces, 32 schools, and 24 community-based sites. The map on the slide shows the location of RFCY-funded program sites across census block groups, which is the geographic area the census uses to summarize information about households in that area. The darker colors indicate a higher population of residents under 18. Based on the map, program sites are most concentrated in central Richmond, and the majority of sites are in areas with a higher population of children and youth. Across fiscal year 21-24, RFCY grantees had over 58,000 encounters with children and youth. Each funded program served between 21 and 2,700 children and youth per quarter. The largest programs were those that served entire schools or grades within schools. The majority of participants fell into the 6 to 12 age range. A small number of programs served children 5 years old and under, and many of those same programs also served older children and/or the entire family. As seen in the map, program participants reside in different areas of the city, with 94801 and 94804 being the most common zip codes that participating children and youth were from. Grantees served a racially and ethnically diverse population of children and youth, and the demographics of participants in RFCY-funded programs closely mirror that of Richmond's overall population. Many programs were intentional in providing services for Spanish-speaking children, youth, and families, and several programs offered services in more than 2 languages. The map here shows the location of program sites with an underlay of the Child Opportunity Index. The Child Opportunity Index is a widely used measure of neighborhood resources and conditions across domains of education, health, environment, social and economic resources. The majority of program sites are in areas with a higher proportion of families whose income is less than 200% of the federal poverty level and are rated as areas of lower opportunity on the Child Opportunity Index compared to other Richmond City Council districts. The majority of program sites are easily accessible via AC Transit buses and Richmond's public shuttle service, Richmond Moves. Many are located in central Richmond and the Richmond City Center, both of which are accessible by BART. Additionally, several sites are situated in high-density neighborhoods, making them walkable for many local youth. School-based programs help remove obstacles that might prevent students from accessing programs off campus, and in total, 41 K-12 schools hosted RFCY-funded programming, including 27 elementary, 4 middle, and 6 high schools. Across fiscal years 21-24, over 43,000 children and youth were served at school sites. Colleges and adult schools also partnered with RFCY grantees. Overall, program participants had positive experiences in their program, with the majority agreeing or strongly agreeing with statements such as, "I like this program," and I would recommend this program to a friend. The participant survey offered respondents to include additional feedback, some of which is highlighted on the slide here. RFCY catalyzed collaboration in Richmond. Partnerships enabled programs to more effectively and sustainably address challenges such as participant recruitment and program access. RFCY helped emerging programs grow their organizational infrastructure. These programs had unique support needs to hire staff, build infrastructure, and secure additional funding. In addition, to support program sustainability, many grantees combined RFCY funding with other funding sources. By strategically braiding RFCY dollars with other funds, grantees are able to fill service gaps and extend their program reach. Across the first 3 years of implementation, the RFCY was impactful in a number of ways. There were over 50,000 encounters across 120 sites throughout Richmond, with high representation from areas of greatest need. Programs reached diverse groups, including Black, Latinx, multilingual learners, and socioeconomically disadvantaged youth. Many programs embedded trauma-informed and culturally responsive practices. Many sites were accessible by public transit, walkable for youth, or supported by transportation partnerships. Some grantees launched their own bus routes to eliminate access barriers. Youth reported high levels of satisfaction, belonging, and connection with caring adults. Outcomes included positive youth experiences related to leadership, self-confidence, college and career readiness, and mental health support. RFCY funding helped grantees stabilize and expand services, strengthen partnerships, and plan for long-term sustainability. Several small or emerging organizations succeeded in expanding their reach and capacity. As RFCY continues to fund programs through fiscal year 28, we offer a set of recommendations grounded in evaluation findings. The first is to continue to prioritize flexible funding models that allow grantees to respond dynamically to community needs. This adaptability supported program pivots, individualized services, and innovative programming aligned with youth and family feedback. The second is to increase technical assistance and capacity building efforts for smaller and emerging organizations, particularly around administrative infrastructure, data reporting, and sustainable funding strategies. Tailored support will help scale their impact and sustainability. Next, improve clarity and consistency in communication with grantees. Investing in staffing and systems at RDCY will improve support and responsiveness. Address barriers to access and attendance by supporting grantees with funds or partnerships that allow for transportation solutions, expanded hours, or flexible program formats to increase reach to high-needs populations. Identify opportunities to streamline partnerships between grantees and schools, including clear onboarding processes, calendar alignment, and designated points of contact to mitigate disruptions due to staff turnover. Encourage and support grantees to engage in long-term strategic planning, diversify revenue streams, and braid RFCY funds with other funding sources. Consider additional resources or technical assistance to strengthen fiscal health and planning. And lastly, continue and deepen co-evaluation efforts with youth and community members. Their insights led to more relevant, inclusive, and effective programming and should remain central in future evaluation and planning efforts. So what's next? 37 grantees are funded in the next funding cycle, which covers fiscal years 25 through 28. And over the next funding cycle, WestEd will produce annual evaluation reports and the cumulative report in 2028, which will speak to the longer term impact and trends over time. We want to extend our gratitude to the grantees, youth participants, youth co-evaluators, and the Richmond Department for Children and Youth for their support during this evaluation. And we invite those viewing this presentation to reach out to Dr. Grant or myself with any questions. Our contact information is on the screen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to open up public comment. Do we have?
We do not have any speakers in the auditorium. We have one in-person speaker. If there's anyone online that would like to address the council on item Q2, raise your hand at this time. Speaker is Cordell Handler.
I'll keep it short. So good evening again, Mayor Martinez, council. For the record, Cordell Handler, Richmond resident. So thank you, staff, for this presentation and West Ed for this. So I guess it's pretty much straightforward. So just go ahead with the receive the report as presented. That's it.
We have one online speaker.
Lisa Johnson, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, council and staff. I pulled this item after raising concerns in October. I want to be very clear. I voted yes on measures E and K, and I strongly support the goals of Richmond Kids First. My concerns are about fiscal accountability, transparency, and responsible stewardship of taxpayer funds, particularly as the city signals its intent to pursue renewal of this funding, presumably as a new ballot measure this year. Since 2021, over $9 million in Richmond taxpayer dollars funded 46 organizations. Yet the city cannot clearly demonstrate how many unique Richmond youth were actually served, instead providing nebulous youth encounters. How many unique Richmond youth were served by each program per year, or whether programs were effective based on objective, measurable, and auditable outcomes. If a youth participates in multiple programs, that is wonderful. It does not, however, eliminate the need to track unique participants and outcomes on both a per program and overall basis. The West Ed evaluation itself acknowledges these data gaps. Equally concerning is that the city acknowledges it does not independently verify residency or participant uniqueness, even under confidential controls, and instead relies on self-reported data and contractual assurances. That is not an audit. Privacy laws do not prohibit verification. They prohibit public disclosure without proper safeguards. Other jurisdictions manage this responsibly, so can Richmond. Richmond Kids First currently represents 3% of the general fund, or roughly $9.3 million this fiscal year alone. That will only grow. This level of investment demands rigorous oversight. Taxpayers deserve to know their money is being spent effectively, and youth and families deserve programs that demonstrably work. Pulling this item is not an attack. It's an opportunity to address data collection weaknesses, strengthen transparency and oversight, and rebuild public trust. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. Public comment is closed. Do we have any questions? I'll start with Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I know you guys are doing an awesome job, and I'm very confident that the nonprofits that receive the fund are doing an excellent job as well. My questions are about the evaluation, actually. So, and I would like to thank the consultants for their presentation as well. But the goals were said to be for healthy, educated, and supported children. But the evaluation seems to have been more focused on the support, like children said that they had a positive experience. So if I take children to see a movie and give them ice cream, they have a very positive experience, but do they receive an education? I'm not sure. It's a very extreme example, just to clarify my point. Before I continue, I have some very quick questions. So could you clarify the age of the children who are qualified?
The fund serves young people from birth to age 24. So those young people who might be transitional age youth from 18 to 24 who are either not working or not in school.
And how long have we had this fund, and how often has it been evaluated?
So the fund is being evaluated now as required by the charter for the last 3 years. That's what this presentation
So
is.
it gets evaluated every 3 years.
There is a comprehensive funding cycle evaluation every 3 years, and then an annual evaluation. And the fund was approved by voters in 2018, and it was initiated technically in 2020 with the first set of dollars going out in fiscal year 21.
Okay, so is this the first 3-year evaluation?
Yes.
Do we also have annual evaluations?
So for the first 3 years, there were annual evaluations, and the reason, and I might pivot to Deputy City Manager White, the measure was adopted in 2018, and we had a deadline to get dollars out of the door at January, I believe, of fiscal year 21. So we need to release the grant on January of 2021, and we also had a staff of 1, and the scaled approach to the investment was 1%, 2%, 3%. And so the annual evaluation, the evaluators were brought in approximately a year and a half after the fund had started. And that was because we needed to stand up a community investment, a needs assessment, strategic investment plan. We also had to stand up funding, release dollars, grant applications, and we're talking 1 person. And so as we grew in capacity, because we had 2% and 3%, we could actually bring on more staff. We initiated the evaluation approximately a year and a half in. WestEd was aware of this challenge, and we were grateful for them because there weren't a lot of evaluators that had the capacity to do this. And so for transparency, they said, hey, this is what we can do. We can do a comprehensive 3-year evaluation, meet with the organizations and engage. And what we can do is subsequent to that, now we are actually on an annual evaluation cycle. So we just completed our first full year with our new grant cycle, and they will be coming back to you before the end of June concerning this current grant cycle. But the first 3 years, they weren't on an annual cycle due to the time constraints.
Thank you so much for the information. Very good. And you said that, I heard that it could go to public agencies, like could we help the school district if needed?
So according to the charter, the school district is eligible to apply for our grants, but only in collaboration with nonprofits. So the school district as an entity is ineligible to apply absent collaboration with a local nonprofit. So that the city as an organization, city departments can also apply, but again, only in collaboration. So public agencies can only apply for funding if they are actually in collaboration with nonprofit organizations.
And if I can add, on page 54 of the longer report that's attached as part of the agenda item, it lists all of the organizations. So you can see all the city departments that receive funding. So I believe every community services department, employment and training, the library, community recreation, all went after grants and did so in collaboration with other organizations and received funding. And you also can see there's a lot of programs that were funded at schools.
Correct.
So the school district itself did not receive funding directly, but the school district still benefited from the funding because they encouraged their organizations that were push-in providers at schools to apply for funding. And this is just the way that the measure was written.
Yes.
So we just had to comply with that.
And we were at approximately 41 schools in the district.
Very good. Thank you very much. So I was expecting, because one of the goals is education, I was expecting to see some objective measurement like math and English proficiency scores being improved, something along that line, high school graduation rate. None of that. It was mostly based on the survey of the students, and it was positive. In my view, that's not good enough.
So that's an excellent question. And I do want to invite Nicole Torrado Strayer to participate, I guess, in in support in addressing this question. But just to lay again some foundation, the investment required, like oftentimes when you make investment like this is what people think. I want to move the needle, right? They want to say we're making an investment and we want to move the needle. But the investment required to literally move the needle on reading levels means that we have to make a $500 million investment because we need to be in every school supporting every student and not.
No, I mean, but we're not asking about the entire population. Those students who received, I'm not, and that may not be the best example, proficiency scores.
Yes.
But there should be some objective measure of improvement
I'll defer
in
to Nicole.
education.
Nicole, if you could.
I know you're doing your best. I don't expect you to defend their evaluation.
No.
So the point of evaluation is to improve the program, right?
Yes.
And my expectation is higher from the evaluators, actually, not
We
from you.
understand, so we wanted to, we're asking the evaluators to speak on that.
Nicole, if you could.
Yes.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I would like us to refrain from debating or commenting and stick strictly to questions. Go ahead and answer.
Sure. I'd be happy to. So I'm not sure if the presentation fully reflected the breadth of the information that has been collected over this first funding cycle. So in addition to the few examples that were provided on the presentation, we collected information related to sense of belonging, program environment, positive relationships with adults, cultural competency, linkage to resources, in addition to a number of other domains that were specific to individual priority areas. So I think what Patrick was speaking to earlier is an important point, which is that these investments were, relative to the operating expenses of these programs, fairly small. So when we're thinking about, in certain cases, one-touch type of programming, a field trip, drop-in counseling, things of that nature, tabling at a park, we wouldn't expect to see large gains in things like math or even attendance. So I think over time, right, we would anticipate that we would be able to see more measurable change, but within this first year, which is what the data reflects, one year of programming, we wouldn't expect to see those kinds of changes just based on what we would say is the dosage of the programming that youth participants received.
I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just saying I would expect to have more results in terms of education.
A question,
One more
please.
item.
A question, please.
Yeah, the other question is about health. We need healthy students. I understand when they're supported and with those field trips and everything, that their mental health improves. Do we have any data on physical health, like dental health, anything, any services? My point is, if the goal of the program is to have students or children and youth healthy, educated, supported, I would expect the evaluator to look at
Question,
fields
please.
of the program.
Question.
Let me finish. It is a question. That is my question. To have vectors to measure all those. But my question is, I didn't see anything besides being supported. Where is the data about healthy and educated children?
Sure, I appreciate the question. We do have items around youth health, academic engagement. And so as I was mentioning, some of those specific types of questions are only asked to youth who are participating in programs that are specifically aligned to those outcomes. So what I could recommend is that there's an appendix C,
within the full evaluation report, which outlines the data that are included in the evaluation, and that should give you a more comprehensive sense of the information that you can expect to see in the subsequent annual reports.
Okay, my assumption is that if it was presentable, it would have been in the presentation. I'll ask the data to be shared, so I'll look at it later, but I'm unhappy with the answer. Last question. Have you looked at the areas that the grants cover? For example, I have met with members of the Laotian, Tibetan, Nepalese, and Arab and Cambodian communities that have been asking, begging for grants from the city to help them with educating their children with their own culture, language, and everything. And they didn't receive anything. And then I put them in touch with Patrick, and Patrick kindly told them about the opportunities for the grant. But the point is, have you looked at what areas these grants cover, and did you identify the potential needs and see if they overlap or fully cover?
I think that question was directed at me. Just for clarification, were you asking about the program recipients?
Yes,
Whether
that was one example of different people of different cultures. As you know, more than 30% of people in Richmond are foreign-born, and they would like to pass their culture and language to their children.
Yeah, thank you for the
But
question.
this is just one example, so I'm asking about the overall view.
Yes. So Wested stepped in on sort of year 3 of a process that had been established, right? So grantees were required to indicate information that they would be reporting relative to the demographics of program participants that Wested took, and so looked sort of over the course of time that reflected that first grant cycle and analyzed that. So that is also presented in the report. Slide 11, just highlights some very high level demographics. So looking at age, gender, and we also provide some basic information around zip code. But yes, I believe, and Patrick, please feel free to correct me here, that participant demographics were required within that first.
They were required, but I believe to your question,
It doesn't answer my question. About last question. How did you come up with Wested?
So the city didn't come up with Wested. We released an RFQ, and we had, I believe, approximately 4 or 5 organizations apply. We had we had staff from various departments, including the city manager's office, recreation, et cetera, help us evaluate and review. And then we hosted interviews with the top 2 or 3, and then they were selected as the strongest applicant.
Thank you very much. I believe you're doing an excellent job, but to me, it's more of a seal of approval rather than, anyway. I appreciate it.
If I may, I'd like to restate one of your questions, and that is there a mechanism, or will there be a mechanism for these minority groups to access the funds to teach their children their cultural traditions?
The opportunity to access the fund is open to everyone in close proximity to the city of Richmond, and that are nonprofits in good standing with the California DOJ, have 501c3s, and are in good standing with the Secretary of State. I think to your point, Councilmember Bonner, and you have been quite persistent at this, is you definitely have been communicating and sharing the information with me regarding those organizations who have shared with you their desire to access the funds. The other point is that the organizations have to apply, right? So the city, the charter requires that it be a competitive process, and the organizations that you shared with me did not apply for the grant. And so if they don't apply for the grant, they are in essence, not eligible to
That's
access
the
it.
point. How would they know about it? How would they know that they could apply? Is there any program to educate them about the application process and everything? They are the ones who need the most help to find their way to
Yes.
access the grants.
We are happy. If everyone listening, my name is Patrick Seals. My number is 307-8016. If anybody is interested in accessing funding opportunities, feel free to call me. I would be happy to support. We are getting ready to release grants. We are happy to meet with organizations. And Councilmember Bonner, as we have communicated, as we release grants, I'm happy to host things in your district or with any organization that is interested in accessing and drawing down on these dollars.
Interestingly, none of them were in my district, but somehow they reached out to me. I think because I was foreign born, I don't know. They knew I would sympathize.
So to further this, we as council members and as mayor vice mayor can provide the information to people that ask us about the information. So we'll try to be more proactive in terms of making sure that the community members that reach out to us get the information they need. Thank you.
And I also just want to state that since the fund has been established, we have done our absolute best to have flyers, have a website up, have social media presence. We are at almost every community event with a table sharing information about grant opportunities. So we're doing our best as city staff to get the word out about grant opportunities. And as new organizations come to the city of Richmond, as new organizations learn, as Patrick stated, we're happy to have more in-depth conversations. When we open up our grants, we have technical assistance, workshops. We walk people literally page by page through grant applications. We are available to answer questions. So I do appreciate council members' ability to help us spread the word about ECIA grants, about any other mini grants, any other grant opportunities there are in the city. And as we have new opportunities come up, we will definitely share them with council members so that you can share them with your constituents as well. But we're doing our best, in every avenue that we can think of. We have tried to share information out. And we also have a listserv where we send information out to probably more than 100 community-based organizations. So as we gather information, we're building a database to push information out, whether it's City of Richmond or other opportunities for organizations. So we appreciate getting to know more organizations that are out there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We do appreciate all your efforts. And other Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I know there's a lot of time putting it together. There's a lot of moving pieces. So my questions are going to come from a place of trying to understand. And also, I'll start with one question. In future reports, can we add what you have learned and any opportunities? Patrick, you mentioned that we started this with a staff of one. All right, so I'm assuming that's a great learning opportunity. Should the voters pass this again? Should we put it out to the ballot and then pass it again? How do we restructure it to make sure that it works, right? So can we have that, any learning opportunities in the next report so we can make sure that we're putting the correct language in any potential future ballot measures? So that will be a really great piece coming from staff. Would that be something you can do?
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
I'm
I
trying
do
to
want
frame it as a question.
No, I appreciate it. And every time we get an opportunity, because we've been trying to really write and track what we've been doing as a new organization, right? When we got started, we were talking to Oakland and San Francisco who have 20, 30 years of doing this work, so they couldn't tell us how they started. So we've been trying to do that so we can help other organizations, and we actually are talking to other organizations. And one thing we share are some of the learnings in terms of what is the percentage that you get to allocate to staff, right? It was 10% of the 1%, 2%, 3%. With our salary and benefits, that's not a lot of money, right, when you think about it. And so it limits the number of FTEs you can have to actually implement the work. So that is a huge learning that we have shared with other organizations as they come and ask us. So we can continue to track that.
Thank you. I would love to have that in the next report as well. Question in regards to, and I'm not sure who this will be for, but we gave 56 grants, but we only received, I believe if I'm reading this correctly, we only received 38 grantee surveys. Am I reading the report correct?
Nicole, if you could.
Yes. So in this first year of implementing the evaluation, we worked with, I believe it was 4 pilot sites who helped us to really kind of streamline our administration process to ensure that we were gathering information that was understandable to the individuals who were completing the surveys. And so over a period of about 3 months, we refined those processes and launched the first full round of data collection. And so that is correct. Not all grantees completed the data that we requested. This wasn't a part of their grant requirements, so this was something that they were doing to provide information and to be supportive of the department. But no, not all grantees submitted information in that first round of data collection.
Thank you. And what was part of the requirements for the grant for data collection? Because I would have thought that at the beginning we would have asked everyone to submit information.
So, and I will also defer to Nicole on this. So all the organizations have to submit quarterly reports and final reports, and they also have to provide information regarding the number of young people that they served, the age of those young people, the ethnicity. In addition to that, West Ed also conducted surveys, and so I think I think the 38 is the additional and above and beyond. What West Ed was asking of the 46, 38 did the above and beyond that we were asking. But everybody is required to provide those reports or they can't draw down on dollars from the department.
And then what data are we asking them to submit in the report?
So for the demographic data, they need to let us know the number of unique participants. They need to let us know the ethnicity of those participants, the age demographic of those participants, the zip code of those participants, and the gender identity. In addition, they have to let us know what activities they engaged in, particularly was it one-on-one, was it counseling, was it group? They need to let us know the frequency of those things. Was it once a day? Was it once a week? Once a month? They need to let us know the location of all of those things. They need to let us know the hours that those activities took place. In addition, they also then had to provide narrative reports. What went well, what didn't go well? Are they engaging in capacity building as an organization? And they needed to do that quarterly as well as final report.
It would be great if we can see it. I wasn't able to see the Appendix C. It looks like it might be maybe another attachment somewhere.
We could share.
But if we wouldn't mind sharing it, thank you.
Please.
And then you mentioned unique counts. So is that, I want to make sure that I understand that is one person going into the organization and getting services from that organization, whether they get 1 or 20 services from that organization, we're saying that's one person.
Sorry.
So we
Yes.
do have unique identifiers somewhere. Can we pull that together so that we can get a total count of how many actual youth we served?
So with regards to that, when the organization submit, and I'll also default to Nicole on this, organizations and young people, because we don't require that these organizations create unique identifiers within what would require a much larger administrative system, right? The number of young people participate in multiple programs. And so when we talk about encounters, the reason that the number will exceed the approximate number of young people within the city, which is approximately between 30 and 33,000 young people between birth and age 24, the reason that number will exceed that is because you're going to have young people who are accessing swimming lessons, but they're also accessing learning lessons, and they're also going on back trips, right? So you'll have one person, and so they're counting them uniquely, but overall, right, they're considered encounters. And so to not mislead the data, we didn't want to call it something that it wasn't, which is why we used youth encounters, because the number will exceed the official unique number of young people in the city.
It will be great to see if there's something that maybe in the future that we can incorporate so that we can get that unique. Maybe it's like a gym membership card, right? You sign up for the Richmond program and you can take that to all the other programs, and we also give them a list of all the programs they can go use, and they'll have to just scan it, and we're able to retrieve that unique number, because it's important to know how many we're actually serving. And then to another question, in the presentation slide, I'm assuming it's slide 6, at least it's on mine here. Slide 16, it's got the map and some demographics. Our RFCY grantees had over 58,000 encounters with children and youth, is what it's titled. I don't know if KCRT can pull that up. I'm trying to determine what are the little orange dots? What are those telling us? I wasn't.
Nicole?
Yeah, so those are program locations. And so I think the slide you're referring to has the demographics split by age, and then we have a gender pie chart.
Yes.
And in the map, what we're showing here is
So those are locations?
Yes, the program locations.
Okay, because a lot of those locations are outside. Thank you, KCRT. A lot of those locations are outside of Richmond. Right underneath the number 19 there, that's San Pablo. And then in the white area on the bottom right, that's, looks like potentially El Cerrito or something else. So just wanted to see, and some zip codes like 94806, I live in 94806, it always comes up as San Pablo, so I know it's a little tricky. But as we're gathering data, if we can also ask for their city, that shouldn't be PHI, personal identifier and information. That's just knowing where they already are. And we should already have that because that should also be part of emergency contacts, I believe, right? As the youth signs up.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
So as the youth sign up, right, they should already be giving us their address or at least their city.
They sign up, so you sign up with the organizations, not necessarily with the city of Richmond.
Yeah.
So if we're running a program, then yes, we have that data on file. But if they're going through RISE, then the young person will sign up through RISE. And so RISE will have that data for the young people that are in, as an example, of their program.
Yeah, so if we can collect that data, that way we know where from Richmond they are, so that we can target certain areas more, but also just making sure that they're from Richmond. Because the organizations that we show on that slide, if they're in San Pablo, how is our money being used? Is it being used predominantly for Richmond youth, which is what our taxpayer money is supposed to be for? Or is it being used for something else? So just to understand those points there. And then similar to what Councilmember Urbano was saying, so if we can figure out how to better quantify, how do we know if the funded programs were successful and effective? All right, the questioning that we have to dig in a little bit more to really know. As we're looking to fund future programs, we can go back and say, hey, we gave you $100,000 and you served 3 Richmond youth, right? Or maybe you served 100 Richmond youth, which is great. But out of that, the outcomes weren't successful, whatever the outcomes may be, right? You were going to teach them how to swim and 10 of them didn't make it. Whatever the outcomes may be and the goals for each one might be a little different, but understanding that so we can really put that out there. And then the report and the presentation, can you confirm how many sites? Is it 115 or 120 sites? I believe there was a difference, and maybe I'm reading it incorrectly.
Nicole?
There are 121 program sites.
121. Okay. So I think it said on there 115, and I think somewhere else it said 120. I just want to confirm. So 121. Thank you. And then, yeah, if we can, would we be able to add for the surveys that the participants all should be taking surveys as much as possible? Obviously, if they're 0, they're not able to hold a pen or, right, be safely,
Yeah.
right? But
yes,
right, we had 565 participant surveys, and there was 58,000 encounters. If we say about 50% of those, or even if the kids there, they took 4 different programs, that's a return of 0.038% of the surveys being returned. So would it be great to be able to get a lot more of those returned?
Yeah, so moving forward in this new funding cycle, there are a number of new grant requirements. And this was possible because the contracts were written after the evaluation was designed. And so for this next funding cycle, it is a requirement to ensure that the majority of the youth participants are able to complete and submit those surveys on an annual basis. And in addition, I wanted to speak to the question around objective performance measures, and just to make sure that it's clear that there are some established measures that include program participation. So these are the actual counts, service provision hours, in addition to a number of those youth survey items. And so those measures are identified and the benchmark percentages are identified as well. So we went through a process of working with the oversight board and members of the public, as well as the grantees themselves, to identify what is the minimum threshold that the public would be satisfied in knowing that all organizations who receive funds are meeting that benchmark value. So we have that information that's also provided in the longer report. But just to make sure it's clear that those benchmark performance measures have been collected and will continue to be collected, so we're able to monitor what the grantee's performance looks like over time.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for the report. Thank you for your time. No further questions at this time.
Vice Mayor Robinson.
Hi. So I first wanted to say thank you to the staff for all of the work that you do to manage this enormous program, and I know you're few and strong. So I needed to say that. And I think there's some questions tonight about evaluation that maybe, if I'm understanding this correctly, maybe we need to shine a little bit more light on. So there are 6 areas of focus areas, like buckets of funding that the funding goes out in. For these different buckets, the out of school, time after school, sports, and enrichment, that's a huge category, right? Like, just as a category, it's a huge category of possible activities that could be funded by that bucket. And so there are, I imagine, a great diversity of programs that can be submitted and accepted and awarded a grant. So are there quantitative goals for that bucket that could apply to all programs that apply for that grant outside of participation?
Yes, Nicole, is it possible that you could speak to some of the benchmarks?
And specifically the benchmarks, we can't hear you.
I think you're muted.
Not sure what's going on.
Sorry about that. I'm hoping that I can share my screen.
Mm-hmm.
Nicole, I'm not sure that you can.
Did that?
I'm not
Is
sure.
that
We
working?
don't
No.
see your screen, so you may just have to speak to it, and then we can share data later
Right.
with the council members.
Yeah.
Sure, not a problem. So just to make sure I'm understanding, I can read the performance measures, but I think there is a question about individual measures that relate to each of the funding areas that are specific to each.
So there's questions that have come up tonight from other council members about, like, how do we know this program is improving reading? And my question, that would be, something that you would, in order to understand if you've moved the needle on that, you would establish some kind of place to start from and a goal to get to, right? In terms of reading. But the way that I'm looking at it, I am unsure that we have such quantitative goals established for each of these buckets outside of things like participants, the number of participants, the amount of time in program, things like that. And so I just wanted to confirm whether or not we had quantitative goals outside of those basic participation parameters. Do you understand what I'm trying to clarify?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. So here you can see a table that outlines the first two, which are program participation and service provision, which I think you've already spoke to. And then these next four cover a little bit more specific information about the experience of the young person who's attending the program. So these are questions that were identified through a process of working again with the oversight board and members of the public to identify, and they're a very small portion of the youth surveys. So let me see if we can go, and I'm not sure which presentation that's available here, but if you could go to slide 36 and forward, that kind of outlines. There we go. Yeah. So here you can see some additional questions that fall under this domain of participant satisfaction and the data summarized here that came from that 1 year of data collection. So again, this is just the first year, sort of thinking of this as our baseline, right? And then moving forward, you can see each of those domains broken out by all of the items that fall within that domain. So the next slide, program environment.
Yeah. So I understand this. I guess what I'm asking is that these broader questions were chosen for a reason, right? I'm guessing it's because of the great diversity of programs that you're not going to have apples to apples, right? If somebody is doing a program that is working with kids after school hiking, they're not going to have the same outcomes as somebody who's working with kids after school doing a cooking class, right? They're not going to have the same learned activities. So you want to be able to have one quantitative measure that could apply to both programs outside of participation. How do they feel in the program, things like that. But my second question is, I do believe that the individual programs track other things besides the measures that are being tracked here. It's just you can't roll those up to tell a general story of all programs. Is that correct?
That is accurate. We are over here whispering, kind of, because I think we hear what you're asking. So because we do have so many programs covering various different areas, what you're saying is correct. But if you look in terms of what individual organizations are providing, when we started to work with these organizations, we said, what are you measuring? So if you're taking kids, if you're going to cook with kids, what is it that you want to measure in the beginning? What do you hope they get out of this program with Cooking for Kids? List them for us. Tell us, what is your goal? Whatever that is, right? We want 80% of the children to feel safe in the kitchen. I'm making this up. We want, if it's about reading, we want kids' scores in a reading test that we provide to go up 20%. They are providing, those individual programs are providing that specific level data to city staff as part of their quarterly evaluations. It is difficult, though, for an evaluator to take all of that very specific data and then put it into something that's going to make sense. So I think to Councilmember Bynum's question, we are gathering some of that data. Did young people who are a part of Camp Achieve, do they do better during the summer? Yes.
Yes.
We have that data that shows that their scores from the pre and post survey or from the pre and post test increased.
Right.
We can't show you that. We haven't found a way with the evaluator to show that.
There's no way to roll that up
Yes.
where you can compare the kids that were in the swimming class to the kids that were in the after-school reading class. It
Correct.
doesn't, it's not apples to apples.
But they are.
And so you roll up the apples to apples.
Yeah, but they are collecting the data
Yes, but the data
at a program
exists.
level.
Yes, the data exists.
Yes.
And so my question is, would there be a way in future reports, or is it in this report in the appendix, where people can see that more granular data?
We will work with the evaluators. Okay. Sorry, go Nicole.
Oh, I think that's something we can do.
Go ahead. Yes. All right. I think I'm on again. So yes, we do have that data, and yes, we do analyze that data. That all fits within more of a qualitative space, which is also provided or reported out in that in the full report. So you can see those more qualitative descriptions around, you know, how the grantees are perceiving improvement with specific quotes and things listed there to sort of represent those themes. We do work very closely with each individual grantee to say, what are your goals and how can we work together to sort of make sure that our surveys aren't duplicative and measuring the same thing. So we do have close records of those individual sort of internal evaluations that are conducted. That's not being done universally. So especially for some of those smaller organizations, they don't have the capacity to conduct their own internal evaluation. And so that's again, part of the issue is making sure that we have the same data for all grantees that rolls up into our theory of change, which is very specific to focusing on service gap reduction, high quality, equitable service delivery, collaboration, availability of services, and so forth. So
And all those goals were established by the ballot measure, right? The ballot measure established those things. The ballot measure didn't say we want to increase reading scores in Richmond from there to there. It said we wanted to create more service opportunities, that we wanted to be a welcoming environment, that we wanted kids to have more opportunities to experience new things. That was the ballot measure. So one last question around the survey and the difficulty of doing survey after survey with youth. So if you are a young person and you are going to a program, and every single time you access the program, you need to do a survey to track every single thing that you do, that is not a good youth experience, right? Like, they want to come to swimming classes, they don't want to have to do a survey after every single encounter, right? And so I would just also as we're looking for ways to make sure that these programs are impactful, which I think is a good thing, and I think there is more data for everyone to see, we also want to make sure that we're not bureaucratizing our kids so they don't want to participate in anything. They got to do a whole bunch of paperwork in order to come out and go for a hike, you know? And so I just really want to encourage us to be creative and to be clear about what we're trying to do. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Councilmember Wilson.
Just very quickly, I absolutely appreciate the conversation that's gone on here, because I came in with the same sort of questions about are there more objective measures that we could be gathering? But I think I've sort of come full circle to understand that if you take $9 million and you give it to one organization that teaches kids to swim, it's really easy to evaluate how many of them can swim across the pool at the end. But if you give it to 56 organizations that do 53 different things, then when you're trying to ask one question about whether it's, when you're trying to fit it in a little report that we can all read, it becomes challenging. And so I think one of the things that's going to be challenging for us as we consider, if it's the voters or us that considers the future of the program, is are we going to be very sort of like, we must be data driven and we must see needles moving? Or are we going to say, well, we trust that if you take this much money and you spread it around to a whole variety of community organizations, and somebody's taken a look at what each organization's doing separately, and they're all doing that might, it might not show up as glorious data, but there might be a net positive effect to having the money sort of distributed through more of a network in that way. So I appreciate this conversation. One thing I wanted to just draw a little attention to, my question part of it is that I believe, but I want to make sure I understood it right, the map that was shown with the little orange dots, the orange dot is the location where the services are provided, or is that just the headquarters of the nonprofit that is the service provider?
Nicole?
Yes, I'm trying to pull up the map in the full report. But what I can say is that a number of different grantees have program locations in different parts of the Bay. And so while they're providing services predominantly in a single location, their office may be outside of the city of Richmond. And so some of these locations reflect those kinds of instances where we know that they're serving Richmond residents. That's what they're required to report on. But for whatever reason, their office, is not directly in the city. So,
And what I'd like to just sort of raise is, like, I do think it's important to provide a map of the actual service locations. And I understand that there's like a call for like better transportation options, but when we're talking about little kids, we really do want to provide services close to home, and we're not going to put your 7-year-old, well, you are going to maybe put your 7-year-old on a bus across town, but it's not ideal. And I just want to call out what I'm noticing on this map is that, and again, sort of a thing to think about in how the program is structured is, as you both pointed out, like, to get this money, you have to apply. And to apply, you have to be a 501c3. And I don't think the 501c3s are geographically equally distributed across the city. And so, and I know there's parts of District 5 where there's definitely kids in need where we don't seem to have a very robust infrastructure of C3s, and I worry about that. So sort of like, again, I know you had no choice in this is the ballot measure, but I worry that if it's driven by applicants, there's parts of the city that have a lot of C3s operating, and there's parts of the city, I'm thinking Crescent Park, I'm thinking parts of Richmond South Side, I'm looking at District 1 in there, that I don't think have the same coverage, and I think we need to address that. Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, the evaluation. I think I have, thank you, Councilmember Robinson, for explaining more about the evaluation and the different programs. But I would like to see if we can have a combination, because I believe also the quantity will give us the quality, will get us more information about the quality of the program and what they are achieving. So maybe there is a way for pairing some of the more similar programs and do an appendix that says, out of these 46 organizations, all these programs, these are doing reading or some after school program that has to do with help with school, like homework and all of that. So if we can pair them and have some quantity around that, that will be great, so we can see. Like, for instance, there is, in the loan report, there is one in page 31, college preparation, and there is 83 reported it was somewhat mostly or completely true that because of this program, I understand the steps I need to take to get into college. But it's can I get more than that? Can I get how many of them actually apply to college? How many of them maybe get into college? So that we can get some of the more quantitative data that can help us to see the quality. And then my last question is also because the settlement that we just won, $550 million, the general fund has increased, and therefore the money that is going to this program is going to increase significantly. How much? I believe it's going to be $17 million. Is that for this fiscal year? How much will increase from the last year to this year because of the settlement agreement?
So it'll be a little over 10. So the settlement dollars, 3% of that equates to about 1.5 million.
Okay.
Additional dollars that go out to grantees.
Okay.
Per year.
Okay, so this is another money that is going to be, so I think we need, as we are increasing the money that these programs potentially could have, then we will need more, like a more tighter evaluation that give us more information. And my last thing is, I wonder how impactful is to distribute this to many, many organizations. I heard something about to move the needle will require so much more money. So maybe it's like, and I know that this is driven by the borders and how it was structured, but like, is there any way that you, like the youth board and start having this discussion? If we want to move the needle in these things, maybe a more focused investment will need to be in these particular areas for these years, and maybe we move it for other years. I don't know, but I feel like maybe there's a strategic question about the investment so we can see actually the result that we want to see with this investment.
Thank you for your points. We really appreciate it. We're taking notes and having conversations about how we can strengthen the evaluation process. I do want to point out that the second year, the second 3-year cycle is already underway. And so as we think about a more strategic focus or how we're going to change what comes out of the strategic investment plan that we have to do every 3 years, we may not be able to get to that until the next 3-year cycle, but we definitely hear when you're saying, your point about, do we need to be more strategic? So if the council or the community says, we really want to push the needle on 3rd grade reading levels, that might need to be our focus, right? That strategically is the focus, and we're only going to, in one category, fund organizations that are focused on 3rd grade reading. That way, then you can really track over, a number of organizations, 3rd grade reading. That's not how we did it based on the community needs assessment and strategic investment plan, but I hear your points. We're taking that down. I just wanted to be very clear and transparent. We won't be able to do that in this current funding cycle because we're already underway.
Yeah, thank you. And my last thing is about, I know that this is structured to be partnering with C3, but I always advocate that we really push for city programs to be there, because I know the C3 provide a tremendous service that the cities alone could not do in many ways. But I think in terms of like how much we can reach, the infrastructure that the city has is really valuable, and I want to make sure that we push for this partnership to be the priority, so we can really serve more young folks in the areas than if just one nonprofit organization will be. So this partnership, I think that is what I feel like we can scale up the programming in the city. So thank you.
Thank you. And I do want to say I'm very proud of Community Services. They're the department that is outwardly focused and provides services to community. And in first cycle and the second cycle, encourage every department to submit multiple applications. They have done so. And I believe in this current grant cycle, every single division within Community Services received a grant. So I'm very proud of what they've been able to do. And so we're also receiving some of this funding to do the work that we do every day.
And I just wanted to end with thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Lashanda. All this work that we are seeing is because of you are working behind the scenes and doing all the support that it needs for this program to be a success. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I also just have to say the names of Jora, Nick, Guadalupe, and Caitlin, because there's staff that do a lot of the work as well. But so thank you.
Thank you.
Right. There's a lot of people behind the scenes making it happen, and we really appreciate that. I would like to move the item to receive the West Ed evaluation report.
Can I have one quick question, last question? It's important. So to move the needle, because it's about health, education, and support, is it possible that you say, for example, for 20% of the grants, health purposes have priority, for another 20% education has priority? to encourage some NGOs to form in the city. Is that doable?
I think, again, to LaShonda's point, because we are already in our second cycle.
No, next round. I understand.
Yes,
In
I
the
feel like
future.
that can definitely be a conversation that we introduce, and we can encourage, and we'll invite you to participate in that discourse with us.
Excellent. Thank you, and thank you for the great work you're doing.
Thank you so much.
So I
Thank
made
you,
a
Nicole.
motion to move the item.
I
Do we have a
second it.
second? Okay. Roll call.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you.
Our next item is item Q3. Okay. Hold on one second.
Okay. Thank you.
Q3, and that item is to acknowledge the mayor's participation in an anti-Semitism training led by trainers recommended by Temple Beth Halal Leadership, offer city council members the option to attend voluntarily, direct the mayor to meet with Rabbi Sachs Taller at least 2 additional times in the first quarter of the year, and direct the mayor to issue a public apology at a city council meeting and in a local newspaper. And we do have 10 speakers in the auditorium, 29 speakers in person, and if there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. We have 15 speakers so far online, and do we want to reduce the time to 1 minute, or?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
All right. It's difficult to apologize, not because one is insincere, but because there are people who are not ready to accept an apology. So excuse me, please do not interrupt. So I have made several apologies, and the problem with making apologies is that, especially to a large group, is that everyone needs to hear something different. So I can make an apology, and it's acceptable to a large group of people, but it's not acceptable to another group of people. So I make another apology, and it's acceptable to one group of people, but not to the first group of people that accepted the apology. So it's like making apology after apology after apology. To change that, I spoke to a lot of different people to help me find a way to apologize so that everyone could accept the apology, most people. I want to read that apology now. To the Jewish community members of Richmond and to our broader community, I owe you a clear and ambiguous apology. Anti-Semitism is real. It is not abstract or theoretical. It creates fear, isolation, and danger for Jewish people, including right here in Richmond. As mayor, my words carry weight. In this instance, I failed to meet the responsibility that my position requires. I reposted content online that included anti-Semitic tropes and conspiracy theories, which have long been used to dehumanize Jewish people and justify violence against them. I was wrong to share them, and I take full responsibility for the harm I caused. I regret the content I reposted, and I am deeply sorry. Racism and bigotry of any kind have no place in our city. My apology is also dedicated to the people who felt they had to choose between taking concerns of anti-Semitism seriously or continuing to support me and the larger vision of justice that we strive toward. We must be clear that we will not allow anti-Semitism in our movements, nor will we allow anti-Semitism to be weaponized against progressive causes. It is legitimate and important to critique political ideologies and power structures. But it is never acceptable to invoke dehumanizing ideas. I've been outspoken in my criticism of the Israeli government. By allowing valid criticism of Israel's policies and actions to drift into incorrect and unsubstantiated claims, I regret that I compromised the integrity of the Palestinian solidarity movement. Here in Richmond, we are serious about confronting racism in every form, and I am grateful that the public is holding me accountable. I received direct, constructive engagement from Rabbi Julie Sachs-Thaler from Temple Beth Hillel, who responded with honesty and care. She met with me face-to-face to help me understand on a human level why what I reposted was anti-Semitic, how it landed, and how it contributed to fear among some Jewish members of our community. She also guided me toward concrete steps to begin repairing the harm I caused. Rabbi Sachs-Thaler's leadership reflects the very best in Richmond, a commitment to mutual respect and collaboration. I also sought advice from Rabbi Yitzchak Wagner and Rabbi Kat Zavitz, and I will follow their recommendations to study the history of anti-Semitism. I understand that learning alone is not the same as repair, but learning is essential to repair. But learning is essential if repair is to be real and lasting. Richmond is a proud multi-faith community, and our city is strong because we meet our challenges together. I believe in a future we can be proud of, not because we avoided mistakes, but because we face them together with courage and honesty. So, do we... So, I will open public comment.
Okay, we'll start with the auditorium.
We have 10 public speakers. We have Joe Keffer, Mark Loy, Stephanie Gwynn, Eric Bergman, Debbie Bayer, Elizabeth Grassetti, Eileen L., Itamar L., Michael Liedl, and Nijin Mosaid, if you all could line up behind the microphone. Joe Keffer. You may address the council.
My name is Mark Loy. I'm speaking in favor of Q3 for the restorative process. And in respect for Mayor Martinez's work in its totality, the citizens who elected him, and the Jewish community who were insulted, we need the opportunity for the mayor to redeem himself through learning and correcting his ways. In this way, we take measure of his foul statements, and he acknowledges this by doing the serious tasks to heal his relationship with the Jewish community. In this way, we strengthen our city. Mayor Martinez becomes a better person, and we make clear that anti-Jewish statements are not tolerated. A corrective healing process will build a better relationship between the mayor and the Jewish community. It'll be better than crude suppression because his specific offenses are not confused with or hijacked for other means and ends. This corrective restorative
Thank you.
process.
Your time has expired.
Is the righteous justice received.
Stephanie Gwynn.
We can reach this. Is it believable that one inadvertently says or repeats the lie that Jewish victims of a massacre staged it themselves? Can one post words of hate over 2 years and claim one was just being clumsy with one's fingers? Can we accept that when the mayor of Richmond says hateful things about Jews, that he did not really understand what he was saying. When you, the mayor, said, I would be Hamas, was this not an overt endorsement of the murder of Jews? Did someone have to explain that to you? Can one believe a public official when he says he doesn't read what he posts? What does a really valid apology consist of? If you've really made one, I hope so. But it has to be to completely own what you've done and just as completely confirm you've done damage.
Thank you. Your time
and
has
to
expired.
sincerely regret what you've done.
Next speaker, Eric Bergman.
Good evening, I'm Eric Bergman. Mayor Martinez, thank you for agreeing to participate in the restorative process. Thanks also for your apology. Your Richmond resolution opposed Israeli military violence towards Muslims in and around Israel. I agree with you. How do you feel about also speaking out, opposing Hamas and Hezbollah violence towards Jews? I prefer restorative justice over retributive justice. And what you have agreed to is congruent with Martin Luther King Jr.'s principles of nonviolent social change. I appreciate you and others concentrating more on reconciliation and acknowledging the good in others and focusing less on vilifying those whom you and others consider the enemy.
It's expired.
Thank you.
Debbie Bayer.
Hi, this is Debbie Bayer, Richmond, and I also am glad, Mayor Martinez, that you are willing to accept Q3, probably however we vote today, but I would vote yes. And I want to say, I wanted to come here today. I mean, I know you're a good mayor and a good person, although it was a weird posting and very anti-Jewish. But I wanted to come here today especially because this is not about Zionism, and this is not about Palestinians or oppression or bad Israeli government or anything. This is about Jew hatred. And the trouble is, it's a trap. And because of the Israeli government's right-wing turn, it's easy for people to let that slide into anti-Semitism. And that was a trap you were caught in. So it's not about Zionism.
Time has expired.
Next speaker, Elizabeth Grassetti.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I'm Elizabeth Grassetti. I'm a member of Temple Beth Hillel and a Richmond resident. I appreciate that you made a genuine apology, and I'm willing to engage in the restorative justice process. I think that's great. I also want to say that I do support the censure, but I'm talking about this movement, this Q3. You know, harm was done by your actions. It made me personally consider how safe I am going to my synagogue. And in light of the recent things that have happened in the United States, including the firebombing of a synagogue in the South, it's especially worrisome. And, you know, anti-Semitism has been growing around the world and in this country. And so it's important that you take a stand and understand the harm that's been done.
Thank you. Eileen L.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor, for your words. Thank you, Council, for giving this the attention it needs. I'm concerned about making the training optional. This sends a terrible message. Anti-Semitism training is a nice to have. In this situation, it's not essential, and I think that's wrong. When the mayor of your city promotes conspiracy theories about massacred Jews, that's a crisis requiring a mandatory response. Please make the training a requirement for all city council members. Thank you.
Itmar.
I truly do want to believe in restorative process for Mayor Martinez, and I would love to see Mayor Martinez become a champion against anti-Semitism. But I have to stand here and share deep skepticism that this is possible. One reason for this is that this was not a one-time mistake, just amplifying two false flag conspiracy theories about the Bondi Hanukkah massacre, but going back months and months and months. In June, Mayor Martinez shared a post claiming Iran's strike on an Israeli hospital was a false flag. In August, he shared a poem, apparently his, that said, "Money is devil's propaganda and fills the mouth with shekels." He amplified claims that October 7th itself was manufactured by Israel. This is a deep pattern of conspiratorial anti-Semitisms that would make any white nationalist racist proud. The process needs to be much deeper and have serious accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Leedy. Michael Leedy.
Good afternoon. My understanding is that the mayor's already spoken with two rabbis in the community, and he's made his apologies numerous times. I think it's probably time to put this to bed, allow the mayor to work with the members of the Jewish community he's already spoken with, and put this to bed. Vote no on this Q2 or Q3. Thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker is Najeen Mosaid.
I spoke 2 weeks ago, and the number of people here who came down because they felt insecure and safe in the city of Richmond due to the statements of Mayor Martinez were interesting, because I don't feel that way, and I don't know many people who feel this way. This city is flourishing under Mayor Martinez, and I myself I own a medical clinic, and it's been the site of anti-Islamic hatred, hate crimes, and no such attempts were made by any city council people or members of the community to incorporate in the pain and reassure and educate people. It's a double-edged sword. There's a group of people here who are derailing
Please
the
stop
process.
yelling out.
The mayor
If
has
you
already
cannot control
apologized.
yourself,
Why
you
is
will
it that
be
we can't
expelled.
understand? This should apply to all people. If you're gonna just elevate and raise one group of people and not see the pain of any other, this
Next time she speaks,
doesn't
next time she
apply.
yells out.
Thank you. That was our last speaker.
Yes. Actually, there was commotion during her speech, and I would like to hear it. Okay, 19 seconds left.
Patrick, she has 19 seconds left.
Okay. Najeen Mosaid.
I'm not sure what part of my comments you were able to hear and what parts you weren't, but I think you need to add a little bit more to my time. I was personally, and my clinic, the subject of anti-Islamic hate crimes, not once, but 4 times in the city of Berkeley. And I just want to say, these reparation processes for one group of people are expected and mandatory,
Your time is
and not for others.
Thank you. That was our final speaker in the auditorium.
Okay, we'll move to the in-person speakers. We have 29 speakers, so I'll call your name. Please line up against the wall under the monitor, excuse me. These are 10 speakers: Julie Saver Taller, Robert Bonin, Linda W., Zoe Panagopoulos. Yeah, Panagopoulos, please. Rob Lipton, Karen Franklin, Vanessa Thiel, Kay Laster. Julie. Turn the mic on, please.
I'm Julie Sachs-Taller, Rabbi of Temple Beth Hillel here in Richmond. Mayor, I appreciate our beginning a much-needed process to address anti-Semitism and to address the way it's being increasingly and more baldly used to target Jews, as well as to justify attacks on other vulnerable communities. Anti-Semitism is built into our society like racism is. They both serve the same purpose, to stop us from building a world that works for everyone. While racism aims to keep people down, anti-Semitism creates a scapegoat for anger about everything that's not working. We see that divisiveness operating right now, and even here. The mayor and leadership of Temple Beth Hillel and others have begun a process of repair with the goal of making Richmond less vulnerable to anti-Semitism and therefore also to racism and division. I invite and ask the council members and other city leadership to join actively in that process. Thank you.
Robert Bonner.
Hello, my name is Robert. I'm a former teacher and I live in the Bay Area. Mr. Mayor, I respect your work on the local level. When it's gone beyond the local level, it's instilled in me and many others hurt, fear, and we have been subject to hate. I have to say I am a bit skeptical. I did hear the apology, but there's been such a long pattern of anti-Semitic incidents, words and actions, that I am somewhat skeptical, so I'm supporting both resolutions. Dr. Martin Luther King did support the right of the State of Israel to exist. He also saw the connection between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. So I would suggest, as part of your work towards repair, you make a study of that. Thank you.
Linda W.
It's unfortunate that the mayor's first sentences were aggrieved. It's difficult to apologize. It's difficult because everyone wants a different apology. I have to wonder about this very resolution, an opportunity that you yourself somewhat transparently proposed as an alternative measure to being censured, something that would not be good for your political career. You blamed being sick, really, over a period of a couple of years for some of the things that you did. You blamed posting in haste without full understanding of the posting and inadvertently spreading content that was factually inaccurate, really, penned by a former history teacher. You've blamed not reading the posts properly before reposting them, really, as a politician. Actually, you used your political position and the resulting social media platforms to more widely spread specific posts, truly vile theories that are anti-Semitic. If you get
Your time has expired. Zoe Panagopoulos.
Hi, my name is Zoe. I'm a Jewish Richmond resident residing in the Hilltop District, District 2. And Mayor Martinez, I wanted to commend you for speaking with my community of fellow Jewish people here in Richmond and being welcome to their communications, concerns, etc., and for engaging with Rabbi Julie, who is a leader in our community around these issues. and I welcome you and invite you to continue doing the same. I also wanted to speak here as a person who comes from an immigrant-heavy family. I used to live in a place that was not welcome to Jewish people or to immigrants. And my husband and I decided to live here in Richmond and start a family because it's a place where we thought our son would feel safe. Thank you for continuing to make it a place that I feel safe, both as a Jewish person and as a member of an immigrant-heavy family, and for continuing to do this.
Rob Lipton. Rob Lipton.
Hi, Rob Lipton. Helped found Jewish Voice for Peace 8 years ago. I'm a longtime Richmond member, a proud RPA member, strong supporter. I was a poet laureate here to develop literary arts programs, and I'm very supportive of Mayor Martinez's approach here, working with us in the Jewish community of Richmond. And that's a major point I wanted to make as well. The outside people here do not speak for me as a Jew. No one speaks for the monolith called Judaism. That's essentialist and racist. I would even call it anti-Semitic for the JCRC to be like that. That brings up the next point very quickly. I am saddened as my representative that Cesar Cepeda is in working with the JCRC, an outside source. I'm in two, and I do not like that.
Karen Franklin. Karen Franklin.
Good evening. I'm Karen Franklin, longtime Richmond resident and former longtime president of my neighborhood council here. Last session, I was here and I had to remind myself of where we are and who we are. We're in the city of Richmond, right? And you all are the city council of Richmond, elected by the citizens of Richmond to represent our interests, not the interests of some rando from Marin County who came in here and claimed that he once rolled through Richmond and ate at a restaurant here, okay? Mayor Martinez made a series of hurtful mistakes. He's owned them, he's apologized. As the State of the City presentation highlighted, Richmond under the mayor is doing amazing things and heading in a positive direction. These out-of-town JCRC Zionists don't care about Richmond, and they will never be satisfied. And it's time to let it go, move on, stop with the opportunism and divisiveness, you two. And Richmond's better than this, okay? Thank you.
Vanessa Thiel.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Till. I am a Richmond resident and a Jewish person. I am in District 5. Thank you, Sue Wilson. Yeah, I'm just here to express my support for the mayor. I accept your statement, and for the folks here who are pushing for the censor, I don't know what you are contributing to our city. So I greatly appreciate all of the efforts towards repair. I think that is the leadership that we need in this time. And I also want to say that it's really important to me as a Jewish person that we not conflate anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism. And I'm so proud to live in a city that has passed various measures in support of Palestine, including forming the sister city. So thank you, Mayor Martinez.
Our next speaker is Kate Laster. And will the next group of speakers please line up? Tarno Abbott, Sam Sachs-Taylor, Levi Clancy, Kathleen Irwin, Barbara Sheik, Shulamit, Kim F., Elaine S., Lori, and Umana M. Kate?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. My name is Kate. I proudly work at Naiad Art Center down the road here in Richmond as a direct service provider, as a union worker, as a Jewish person, as someone who loves the city of Richmond. I thank you, Mayor Martinez, not only for the material solidarity that you have shown the working Black and brown people of Richmond, but for our community here, for the environment, and yes, for Palestine. These are huge things, and they are shown in your standing up to Chevron and making Richmond the first city that called for a ceasefire in the United States. This is a time to be principled and not truly weaponizing trauma to center yourself in a narrative where a genocide is happening. Thank you.
Tarno Abbott.
Please calm down.
Abbott.
Do not.
Tarno Abbott.
I'm sorry. I saw someone actually shake their finger in someone's face, and that is not acceptable. I have told you several times that disruptions are not available. So I'm going to give you one more pass because you have been disruptive several times. I'm going to give you one more pass. Next time, you'll have to leave.
Tarno Abbott.
Good evening, Richmond City Council members and my beautiful Richmond community. Mayor Martinez, thank you so much. You are embodying what I heard yesterday at the Unity for Peace vigil here at the Civic Center Plaza, which was a cry for unity. And you are the one who is trying to unite after a deep wound. And I am very grateful to you for all the wonderful things that you have done for this city and the many years of service that you have given to it. And I'm really just here to support you. And for people who want to learn something about Dr. Martin Luther King, I would suggest that you read his speech about the Vietnam War, and you might learn something deep about Dr. Martin Luther King from that speech and what it might have to do with things that are happening in the world today that are violent things, including what's going on in Gaza and the West Bank. So thank you.
Sam Sachs-Taylor.
Good evening. I'm Sam. I'm a member of Temple Beth Hillel, and I want to express my hope that this process of repair is substantive and meaningful, and I strongly believe that a success in this process is going to be a success for the whole city of Richmond and all of our community. Thank you.
Levi Clancy. Levi Clancy is followed by Kathleen Irwin.
Do I need to press it? It's working?
No.
My name is Levy Mayer Clancy. On my father's side, I am Indigenous Okinawan, and on my mother's side, I am Jewish. So I know a few things about hate and marginalization. I found that your speech, your quote-unquote apology, while very long in certain parts, was very short in other parts, like naming and addressing the specific harms caused. When you spread claims that Hebrew is a quote-unquote fake language, I found that interesting because my name is Hebrew, as well as all the generations before me. And on my father's side, being non-Jewish, that side, our language was also called a fake language, Indigenous Okinawan. It's very interesting. You spread other claims, of course, including that Bondi Beach was a false flag massacre, things which continue to put people in harm's way, such as when I was harassed and went to seek support from law enforcement. But look at the leadership like this. How can I feel safe?
Time has expired. Kathleen Irwin.
I'm a Richmond resident and voter, and first I want to thank Mayor Martinez for what I believe is a much clearer and articulate apology this evening. Anti-Semitism is terrible, and I think you sincerely mean it, and I appreciate your willingness and commitment to repair for the entire community. Anti-Semitism is not the same as anti-Zionism, and I think that's an important thing to keep in mind and a part of the root of this issue. One of the things I'd like to say about this item on the agenda is it should apply to the entire city council. It should not be only for Mayor Martinez. It is fine to have repair, but not one person. Everybody, all of us, including everyone on all sides of this issue, can benefit from being more thoughtful and better engaged in fighting all types of hate. So I'm only for it if it's for all of you. And if it's only to pick on one person on the city council, our mayor, then I am against it. Thank you.
Barbara Sheik. Barbara Sheik.
Barbara Schick. I don't see how this proposed restorative process and the mayor's apology corrects the damage caused by the mayor's anti-Semitic statements and untruths. Rather, it appears to be a process for the mayor and others to learn what constitutes anti-Semitism and how to prevent its expression going forward. We all have prejudices. Part of growing up is recognizing them and learning how to not let our prejudices affect our behavior so that we do not affect the life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness of others, which is the foundation of our democracy. I support this item, but urge the mayor to commit to publicly refuting over and over again and not just apologize for his anti-Semitic statements, to reverse the damage he caused. Thank you.
Shulamit.
My name is Shulamit. I'm a child and adolescent psychiatrist, and it seems, based on the time spent on the child programs, that Richmond clearly cares about their children. Their children need to feel safe, and their children need to have role models. Our representatives need to be role models. They cannot teach or conspiracy and hate because that is not good role modeling. When you apologize, we teach children, if you repeat the same thing, it's not a sincere apology. So if you repeatedly, even if in different venues, apply the same hate, the apology doesn't carry weight. So I implore you to really think about your apology, really think about your actions. I want to express a vote for censorship. I want to express, ideally, a vote for resignation, but since that's not one of the options, then
Kim F.
Mayor Martinez, restorative justice would have been an appropriate offering numerous anti-Semitic acts ago during your tenure. That ship has long sailed, and I urge you to resign immediately. Your repeated hateful comments have cut deep for so many, including myself and countless others across the Bay Area and beyond. You make people feel less safe and certainly not welcomed in the city where you preside. Restorative justice is a solution when those genuinely want to repair and learn, not to save their seat. Restorative justice is a solution when one commits a mistake. However, these were not mistakes, nor was this a one-off. These were repeated, intentional acts against a minority in your community using your platform as mayor. Your pattern of directing racism towards Jews is not and will no longer be tolerated, as you saw from the letter signed by over 80 of your Bay Area elected peers. When doubling down on hate by spreading lies, claiming Jews were behind their own murder at a joyful community
Time's
Hanukkah
expired.
celebration.
Elaine S. Elaine S.
Honorable Council, the mayor's suggested path forward is inadequate. The harm done goes way beyond just the community in Richmond. And that is because these lies were spread on social media. They don't reside solely here in Richmond anymore. The most successful programs that would help us move forward at this point would be to have children come together, children of all faiths, of all races, come together at summer camp and get to know each other. They need to have fun together. They need to play together, sing and dance together, and realize that we are all one, that there is nothing that needs to separate us. And Mayor, unfortunately, that is exactly what you did. You separated us. All of us going into this room feel so much hatred The rabbi that you're studying with was called a baby killer at the last meeting.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Lori is our next speaker.
Good evening. I'm a Bay Area parent. I am half Latina on my mother's side and half Jewish on my father's side. I am not with the JCRC. That's just another of the many conspiracy theories that you've been hearing and we've been hearing about. I'm here because my kids are growing up in a world where ignorance distorts and twists historical facts and inverts the truth through social media, where just because of my children's ethnicity, their heritage, and their faith, they face hate exploding around them, and it's a hate that has been fueled by people like you, Mayor Martinez. I support both resolutions, but not just a restorative process, because I've listened to your excuses and your apology, and I do not believe that you want a collective healing process. You are trying to avoid a censure. There's no healing with what you've said. How about I was wrong to support Hamas? We haven't heard that. You need to be held accountable.
Okay. Our next speaker is Imuna, and will the following individuals please line up? Noor Al-Kayet, Sarah Cohen, Beatrice, Susan Khan, Joe Pulio, Lisa Disbrow, Val Dawson, Jamin Purcell, Michael Devine, Emma Kishbacher, and Joe Agnegar.
Intent does not erase impact. While Mayor Martinez has issued an apology and agreed to dialogue, it is clear that private conversations cannot undo public harm. When the mayor amplified conspiracy theories, claiming the tragic Bondi Beach massacre was a false flag, he didn't just make a personal mistake. He used the authority of his office to validate dangerous tropes that put our Jewish neighbors at risk. Dialogue is a starting point, but it's not a substitute for official accountability. Restorative justice is not a shield to avoid the consequences of his leadership failures. Voting yes on Q3 does not preclude voting yes on Q4. They're not mutually exclusive. We cannot heal this as a city if we leave the wound of this misinformation undressed. Even if you vote yes on Q3, I urge you to vote yes on Q4, not as punishment, but as a necessary statement.
Noor Al-Kayat. Noor? Sarah Cohen. Press the button. The red button. There you go.
I just want to point out how the part of society that you're enabling is clearly anti-Semitic. This has nothing to do with Israel-Palestine. It has to do with hate, spreading conspiracy theories, spreading blood libels, which are ancient, by the way. If you look at the hate crime data, it's disproportionately affecting Jews. Jews are 2% of the US and experience over 60% of the religious hate crimes. And that's more than any race, religion, or ethnic group recorded or tracked. So you can't sit here and tell me anti-Semitism isn't a problem, like all of you will have everybody believe, if it's up to you. You over-justify violence against Jews, decontextualize Jewish reactions to it. That is anti-Semitism. When you fail to address the structural inequalities perpetuated by these global systems that provide these moral and legal frameworks, like, you're perpetuating it. All of it is anti-Semitism. I don't give a fuck what you say.
Beatrice.
Council, no restorative justice process is enough. Eduardo, for years you've championed deadly jihadist racists and their racism. You've posted their propaganda, spread their dangerous lies, and instilled fear in citizens here and beyond. You've publicly supported supremacist ghouls who murder, rape, dismember, torture, and burn innocent babies, young people, and the elderly in order for the murders to continue and increase. Your immoral actions are a danger to all of us. You might not even have a clue, but a person with your degree of ignorance and gullibility has no business holding any public office. No apology or restorative process can sanitize your abhorrent actions and the damage you have done. I call for censure and resignation.
Susan Khan.
I am a third-generation Richmonder. I graduated from Kennedy High School in the auditorium across the mall. I taught at Richmond High School for over 21 years and coached and was an athletic director. And I continue to work with our schools in the city of Richmond. As a retired educator, I say yes to restorative practice, but only if it's genuine. And the harmed community helps design the program. And you've heard a lot of that this evening. 16 hours, someone mentioned, is not enough. And the entire council needs to be trained. The pattern of anti-Semitic hateful posts has gone on for much longer, almost 2 years. There is a big difference between genuine accountability and self-serving optics. The community sees it clearly.
Time is expired.
Council.
Thank you. Joe Pulio.
Joe Pulio, Richmond resident. You know, they say politics makes strange bedfellows, and we've seen and heard some pretty strange bedfellows, most of whom do not live in Richmond, and they have allied themselves with the forces of repression, with the types of politicians that rejected an $80 million offer for Chevron from Point Mullady, only to sell it for $400, that want to house thousands of people on the AstraZeneca site, that approved a 50-year, $1 a year lease for the Craneway, whose tenant now wants to dump it back on the city. These are the kinds of people, opportunists, who have allied themselves to return repressive government to the city of Richmond. Thank you.
Lisa Disbrow.
Good evening. I'm Richmond born, raised, employed, and retired. My dad worked at the shipyards. And Mr. Martinez, you bullied me. You threatened me personally in 2003. Mr. Martinez was a teacher for the Richmond district, and he organized the boycott in December of 2003 when business owners refused to, on 23rd Street, refused to close their doors in support. I heard him organize and instigate citizens, residents, to go and threaten them with violence on their businesses. When I reported this to the city council, he leaned into the aisle and threatened me with harm. He was a bully in 2003. He ignored the rights of the citizens then, and he has not changed. This is just a Band-Aid. This is words. This is nothing.
Time has expired.
Yes. Yes.
Val Dawson. Val Dawson. No. Jamin Purcell.
When you speak as the mayor, you speak in my name, you speak in the council's name, and that's what the issue is. It's about broad brushing and careless framing causing real harm. And progressivism was built on rejecting collective blame and resisting the urge to reduce complex issues to simplistic narratives about groups of people. My husband and I spoke about a comment about last meeting about the Pulse shooting and what if gay people were blamed. And they were. And it wasn't until much later that the investigation concluded the shooter was not gay at all, but it was actually had already seeded the misinformation, so much so that my husband didn't even know that the shooter was actually, in fact, motivated by ISIS. So when you start broad brushing large communities, we don't clarify injustice, we distort justice. And it shifts the conversation from real human suffering to policy and accountability about arguments and rhetoric and intent. Please, please.
Michael Devine.
Do I press the, okay, I just go? Okay. My name is Michael Devine. I live in the Harms community. Last meeting, speaker after speaker in support of the mayor reiterated the scheming Jew trope, accusing us of deceit. They accused us of being here not because of the mayor's egregious and inexcusable anti-Semitism, but because we oppose his aggressive politics. I support the progressive politics. I was happy to hear about all the successes today. But the mayor himself accused Jews of killing Jews in the Bondi Beach massacre to manipulate public opinion against Muslims. And when we express outrage here, we're again accused of being scheming Jews. I'm wearing a sudra, an ancient Jewish garment that has been worn by Jews for thousands of years. Until we were forced under Islamic tyranny to not wear it because it challenged the status of the keffiyeh. As you can see in this chamber, and two other people at the prior meeting demanded that I remove it. This is a Jewish garment. It preceded the keffiyeh by 2,000 years.
Your time has expired.
You made
Thank
this
you.
hate happen. Yes, it did. You made this hate happen.
Emma Knishbacher. Emma Knishbacher.
Which button do I press?
What's your name?
Emma? Okay. So let's talk transformative justice. I've heard a lot of talk in this room about how a lot of people think restorative justice won't be enough. So this is an opportunity to do something different. This is an opportunity to respond to something that made many people upset with moving forward with building community and building solidarity instead of spewing hate, as a lot of people in the front of this room have been doing. So it's not that democratic to interrupt people, but you do you. So let's move forward out of a place of compassion, respect, and love for each other. Let this be an opportunity to make our community stronger, not spread division. Let this be an opportunity to learn more about what anti-Semitism means. And for many people in this room, to learn that anti-Semitism is not the main oppression or only oppression in this world. I'm speaking as a proud Jew. Stop interrupting me, anti-democratic. Let's be respectful and build community.
I'm sorry. I'm going to let you say the last part again. I would like her removed because she continually interrupts.
Okay. Richmond was an example in the United States when it was the first city to pass a ceasefire resolution. It can be an example again now to the United States and throughout the world as an example of what we can do with an apology, what we can do when we move beyond a mistake that was made to build community and solidarity, not hate. Thank you.
Josh Aniger.
Josh Hannijar. Council, Mayor, Josh Hannijar, Executive Director of the Contra Costa Labor Council. We're a federation of 91 unions representing over 85,000 workers in Contra Costa County. The labor movement will always stand up for mutual respect, dignity, and justice for all working people. The views that the mayor publicly supported on the Australian shooting were hateful and fell into anti-Semitic tropes. And that's why I've come here just to say how disappointed we are as the labor community. We're not here to call for a censure. We're not here to ask for your removal. I'm really glad with your apology that you're going to do training. And I do agree with some speakers that it should be for everybody. We all need to do work to make sure that we have a community that works for everybody. You know, solidarity is at the core of the Labor Council. We have unions on very different sides on a lot of issues, but we stand united because we know that our shared humanity, and we see that in each other as workers. And we hope that, you know, solidarity bonds, but also bridges to understand and bridge to understand what we don't know. And we hope you can take these lessons to heart so you can build a stronger Richmond. And we're happy to work together to make sure, in any way, to make sure the City Council has the
Your time
tools
has
they need and
expired.
that know where workers stand. Thank you.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers. We have 27 speakers.
The first group of speakers are Shel Davila, Chang, Michelle Sahalab, Karen Fisk, Elsa Stevens, David Cooper, Rachel Biden, and Monty Tealbaum. Shel Davila, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Excuse me, before we go on, we've spent approximately an hour on this. We have 3 other items that we need to listen to. So I'm going to give us another another 6 minutes to listen, and then we'll go into council debate, our discussion. Yes, yes. I'm truncating public.
I think I would recommend listening to the speakers. I think we reduced the time per the rules to a minute per speaker, but
Okay, all right.
I think I'd continue to let people speak for the 1
So
minute.
at 10 o'clock, we need to make a motion to extend. We need 5 votes for that. Do we want to do it
To
now?
extend.
To extend the meeting to 11.
Oh, yes. Okay, so
You want to do it
anyone
now?
want to make a motion?
I make a motion to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock.
I second it.
And point of order, I just want to make sure for the rules, we have to say which items we're hearing after 10 o'clock. So are we hearing the rest of the possible agenda? Are we hearing just this item? We have to specify.
We'll move on until 11.
No, he's right. The rules specifically, the motion has to include a list of specific agenda items to be discussed or approved. And shall
Do we
specify
have
the
to have
order.
enough time to finish those items? Because I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, no, it doesn't contemplate that, but I think you should list the items that you hope to get through within the time period.
Well, considering the number of speakers, I would say Q3 and Q4.
I will accept that. I don't think we'll get through Q4 if we have the same number of speakers, but that would be my
We have more
motion
speakers.
to. We have
It's currently
more speakers.
49 speakers for Q4.
Yeah.
Point of
In
order.
person only.
I understand that for this item, we said there would be 1 minute per speaker, and so for the people online, we should give them 1 minute. But if we do, assuming we get to Q4, can we make a motion that those speakers have less than 1 minute?
I think the rules contemplate anything after 25 or more speakers, it's down to 1. Let me look at the rules one more time. Have we ever
It might
reduced?
be in there.
Excuse me?
It may still be in there, in the current rules and procedures, but I think that's in open forum.
Oh, under a minute.
Open
Let me look
forum.
1 second.
Yeah, can we continue
Let me
making the
continue.
motion while she studies the?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So we have a motion to extend the meeting to 11. Let's take a roll call.
To hear items Q3 and Q4 if we
Yes.
can. Okay. Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay,
Sabrina.
so now we'll proceed with Cheryl Davila. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, I'm former council member Cheryl Davila from the city of Berkeley, and I support Mayor Eduardo Martinez wholeheartedly. He's been an excellent mayor, but you know, Zionist elected officials who are bought and sold by AIPAC, you know, that's who's on that list. And genocide harms the whole world. Zionism is equal to hate, which is equal to racism. What about the violence against the Palestinians? None of those Zionists care about them. You know, maybe they should do some type of restorative justice and learn about Palestinians and their right to exist and their right to return and their right not to be murdered by It's Not Real. There are so many reasons to stop what you all are doing, and you are forming hate against Palestinians. Are you also being anti Semitic? So please stop this. Free Palestine.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Chang. Chang, unmute yourself and you may begin.
My name is Alan Mayer. The Q3 proposal is totally inadequate. Mr. Martinez is not an adolescent who might benefit from special instruction. An adolescent still is in a formative stage of life. You, Mr. Martinez, are not an adolescent. You are an adult. It is far-fetched to think that a few special education sessions will accomplish what a lifetime experience has evidently not taught Mr. Martinez about anti-Semitism and spreading conspiracy theories. His apology cannot undo the damage he has done. Please, members of the council, do not damage your credibility by papering over Mr. Martinez's words and actions with this inadequate proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michelle Salab. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Sahlab. Mayor Martinez, it is not lost on this community that you inserted your own restorative proposal and placed it ahead of the censure on tonight's agenda. Let's be clear, you are trying to avoid a formal censure. Restorative justice is about accountability, not a procedural maneuver to save face. You cannot claim to lead while your supporters label us as outsiders to invalidate our presence. True justice starts with facing the consequences of your actions. I urge the council to hold the mayor fully accountable. You pretended not to know what that DDTTIDF hat meant. You wore it to a public event that you traveled out of state to attend. Your whole outfit was coordinated. I'm not an outside agitator.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Karen Fiss. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Ren Fiss. I'm a professor of history, and I support censure and resignation. At Bondi Beach, the mayor blamed innocent Jews for their own deaths, dead which included a 10-year-old girl. He blamed the victims. How is this any different from blaming a woman for her own rape? She must have asked for it. A Latino immigrant picked up by ICE must have been a criminal. Everyone would recognize these examples as discriminatory and racist. Mayor Martinez used his official position to spread this victim-blaming racist propaganda. It has nothing to do with support of Palestinians or immigrant rights, which I think, frankly, pretty much everyone in that chamber agrees with. But these should not be smokescreens. The mayor's blatant racism disqualifies him from being trusted with the welfare of all Richmond citizens. I frankly also challenge the mayor being able to choose his own restorative process.
Thank you. Your time has expired. The next speaker is Elsa Stevens. Elsa, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Q3 and Q4 are not sufficient. They are not right because they omit all the efforts that our mayor has made do right. He had the humility and the intellectual discipline to address this, and I believe that he did so earnestly. And prior mayors said all kinds of horrible things several times during all the meetings, and not once did they have to face this firing squad. Stop it.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Cooper. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
I'm Rabbi David Cooper. I appreciate your apology. I will not join the voices condemning you, but I do hope to reiterate a concern. As someone who has worked for Palestinian freedom for decades, I find that when someone who is a fellow supporter falls into anti-Semitic errors, it makes our work harder. Mayor Martinez, your errors did give AIPAC the ammunition to label support for Palestinian freedom as motivated by anti-Semitism. Support for Palestinian freedom is not anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitism is not a personal characteristic. It is the water that we swim in, like racism. It divides progressive forces. When we fail to understand how we internalize anti-Semitic bias, we make serious mistakes that do not just hurt the feelings of Jews and make us feel unsafe. They create distractions in our work to support Palestinian freedom. I'm encouraged by your
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Rachel Biden. Please unmute yourself and you may begin, Rachel.
Mayor Martinez, what's bothering you about the apology process is that it's insincere. And that's why it's seemingly so agitating to you, as you mentioned earlier, that you hate so deeply and profoundly a minority of people that represent 0.5% of the population and who live in your own city so much that your hate runs so deep that you couldn't even keep it inside like a sane person. You felt the need to post and spread this propaganda for the last 14 months. Even KKK members are smart enough to keep their views out of their office place. Actions have consequences. You are not a child. It is not time for a little apology and a small training. Your glossy campaign video and your hollow apology is not adequate. You have been exposed. Your hate has been exposed. This was your choice. You chose to bring this to Richmond, to the city council. This was your choice. So you don't have the decorum or self-control to hold public office. You can't even contain your racism.
Thank you. Your time has expired. The next speaker is Monty Tebum. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Mayor, the level of how disingenuous your apologies is can be measured by the financial impact that you proposed. Somebody earlier suggested following the money. So I'm following the money here and looking at how you just dropped the responsibility to pay for your restorative process from the city's budget. Not only you bring shame, embarrassment to the city that you lead, you also drop the price tag of paying for your faults, for your mistakes, for your hate, the hate you spew across city lines in the Bay Area. Yes, I'm from Berkeley. Your hate reaches here. The level that you remove yourself from responsibility by saying, well, the city will pay for my quote unquote.
Thank you. Your time has expired. The next speaker is Michael Fitzhugh. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Mayor, I'm a Richmond resident in District 5, born Jewish and deeply upset by your conspiratorial LinkedIn postings and Detroit speech. If I shared that kind of BS, I'd be fired. Still, I accept your apology, and I want more. Your restorative process says it aims to guard Richmond against the national increase in anti-Semitic speech and actions, but the city also needs to be guarded against the national mockery and deep divisions you've invited. Accountability is crucial. Council, there's no real accountability with the mayor dictating the terms of the response. The only reasonable action is censure. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Satish. Satish, please unmute yourself, state your first and last name for the record, and you may begin.
Yeah, my name is Satish. I'm not a Jew. Anti-Semitism in any form is unacceptable. When public officials or political leaders make statements that reinforce anti-Semitic tropes or collective blame, it is not only harmful, it undermines the very anti-discrimination values our institutions are meant to defend. For the record, right, there have been almost 900 anti-Semitic attacks in the US from past 2 years. So at the same time, we must confront a troubling double standard. Many organizations and activists who speak loudly about justice and human rights remain silent about the Iranian regime's ongoing repression and killing of its own people, Iranian citizens, many of them Muslims, are risking and losing their life in pursuit of freedom, democracy, and basic rights. Human rights are not selective. Freedom is not conditional. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, Michael Harris. Michael, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening. Mayor Martinez, before you even read your apology tonight, the first thing you did was blame the people against who you directed hate speech for not being ready to accept your apology. Perhaps if you had made a sincere apology a month ago, the Jewish community would have taken it more seriously. Perhaps had you not repeatedly engaged in hateful speech against Jews on multiple occasions over 2 years, we would have accepted it far more easily, and you wouldn't have needed to extend tonight's meeting. The council should support item Q3, and I do hope that all of you will participate in anti-Semitism training, but support it as an addition, not an alternative, to what needs to be done, which is censure. And the council should also keep in mind that this isn't an all hatreds matter moment, because Mayor Martinez has engaged in hate speech against only one group of people. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is London's iPhone. London, please unmute yourself, state your first and last name for the record. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Stephen London, and I'm a Jewish resident of Marina Bay, Richmond. I doubt Mayor Martinez fully recognizes the harm he has done, and I believe the proposal to commit to just 2 meetings with the rabbi is an effort to do the bare minimum for damage control. Mr. Mayor, your excuse that you were unwell when you reposted the grotesque lie that the Bondi Beach massacre is ludicrous. Were you also unwell when you justified Hamas's October 7th slaughter and made it akin to an abused kid fighting the schoolyard bully? Were you unwell when you wore a hat calling for the death of Israeli soldiers? Richmond City Council brought shame to the city when it called for a ceasefire without calling out Hamas. Were you all unwell? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sarah Cleveland. Sarah, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
There's a saying, sticks and stones. I'm a Richmond resident and also a Jew. Sticks and stones can break my bones, but names will never hurt me, which is demonstrably false because the bones can heal. The things that were said in speech and online, they're unsaid. They cannot be unsaid. And the mayor was very much aware of what he was doing. And, you know, I think that the apology is the bare minimum. I think that he, dictating the terms for his own restorative justice. I think restorative is a good thing, but I think that censure is even better because he abused his position as an elected official. When you're an elected official, you have different standards for freedom of speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Maha Dayam. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Did I unmute?
You may begin, please. You have 1 minute.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, good evening. Thank you, Mayor, for your genuine and fulsome apology, which highlighted concrete actions, and therefore I'm here to voice my support for you. I do not support a formal censure, as it is not a governing solution. It is simply a public shaming tool. It changes nothing operationally and does nothing to move our city forward. Instead, it intentionally damages reputation, erodes the public trust, and inflames the political climate without resolving the underlying issue. This constant bashing and negativity are counterproductive. Let's focus on solutions, respect the will of the voters, and allow our mayor to do the job he was elected to do. He was elected by the people, and the proper place for voters to express their opinion is at the ballot box later this year. Until then, he deserves to serve with dignity and stay focused on the important work our city still needs done. To reiterate, the calls for him to step down or be censured are being pushed by a selective few driven by their own political desires, not because they genuinely believe he is unfit to serve.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Tamar Kriegel. Please unmute yourself and you may begin. Tamar Kriegel. Okay, we're gonna move on to the next speaker, which is Susan Cohen. Grossman, Susan Cohen Grossman, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Susan. I read the proposed resolution and I do not find it at all adequate to address the issue. The resolution proposes training and dialogue. That can only happen with humility, openness, and acknowledgement of mistakes and explaining why they occurred and how we will know that they won't happen again. Don't blame it on social media. The mayor used his position in social media platforms to spew out vile comments that are anti-Semitic, and he didn't read before posting. I just don't believe that. The role of mayor is a political role. So every move, gesture, and word is calculated or a person is held accountable for them. That's the world of being a politician. The mayor doesn't need an agenda resolution to acknowledge all of his wrongdoings. I believe that what he needs to do is own up to what he's been doing for a while and then get trained so he never does it again. And watch out for social media or leave office. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. The next speaker is Oren R. Oren, please unmute yourself. Please state your last name for the record and you may begin.
Oh, hi, good evening, council members. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Oren, Oren Rubenstein. Yesterday was Martin Luther King Jr. Day, the man whose dream we claim to carry forward. Tonight, let's honor him properly. Dr. King was crystal clear, quote, "When people criticize Zionists, they mean Jews. They're talking anti-Semitism," close quote. He understood how hatred gets rebanded as politics, and he stood with the Jewish people because our fights are linked. Your mayor peddles murderous conspiracy theories and claims ignorance or being unwell. He wears hats and clothing advocating murder and then claims ignorance too. And I believe him. He is ignorant and unwell, and he's unqualified. Censure him. That's your minimum responsibility. Censure him tonight. It's the bare minimum to honor Dr. King, and no asterisks for Jews. Vote yes unanimously. And as we speak tonight, thousands and thousands of Iranians are being killed, tortured, gassed, raped, maimed. Social justice advocates, silent, crickets. Hypocrisy at its finest. Thank you, Councilmember Brown, for integrity in this process, and thank you in advance for the others that choose to show some tonight.
Thank you. The next speaker is Paula Levine. Paula, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, I'm Paul Levine. I'm resident of Richmond in District 2. I truly hope that your words and your apology tonight mean something. And I hope that you also follow through on the restorative justice and the talks with Rabbi Julia Sachs-Tallier. Action will show, your actions in the future will show that you really have learned and you've learned your lesson. This has been going on for many years, and I'm really tired of hearing it and seeing it and being asked about it by my friends. What's going on in Richmond? I don't like that. So please really do your part and make amends. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Amon Armstrong. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, Mayor Martinez. Enough. As the mayor of
Richmond, a leader of all residents, you have committed prejudice against a minority group. You belong to a long line of leaders who blame Jews for the problems of society, spreading conspiracies about Jews being responsible for the Bondi Beach massacre follows the oldest libel in the book. Blame the Jews. When you oppose Zionism, you're not being pro-Palestinian. You're denigrating most Jews in Richmond and America for believing in self-determination for their people. When you blame Israel for the wars in the Middle East and don't even mention the horrors committed by Hamas, you are making innocent Jews responsible for being attacked and for the actions of the Israeli government. That's anti-Semitism. Consider your prejudice, face it, and fix it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is LG. LG, please unmute yourself. Please state your first and last name for the record, and you may begin.
My name is Lara, and I would like to know what kind of history of anti-Semitism you plan to learn about, Mayor Martinez. The history of anti-Semitism is more than the Holocaust. What you have posted is reminiscent of what happened in medieval Europe when Jews were accused of poisoning the wells of their neighbors and accused of using the blood of children in matzah. None of that had anything to do with Zionism. None of that had anything to do with Israel. There's a reason anti-Semitism is called the oldest hatred. It's important, too, that you learn about anti-Semitism in other parts of the world. For example, there were once 50,000 Jews in Yemen. Today, there is only one, currently held in a Houthi jail and in poor health for trying to obtain a Torah scroll. The beautiful and unique Yemeni Jewish community was almost completely airlifted to Israel in the 1950s as part of Operation Magic Carpet to save them from the attacks of their neighbors. And today, nearly 500,000 Israelis are of Yemeni descent. Please learn about it all in good faith and with an open mind and heart. That's the only way restorative justice can start for us. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joseph Munaretto. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you. City Council members, in explaining whether he supports Hamas, Mayor Martinez said it was a complicated question and suggested a simple yes-no answer wouldn't address the complexities behind the group's emergence. Well, let's look at what Hamas's charter said at its emergence. Quote, Israel will exist and continue to exist until Islam will obliterate it. There is no solution for the Palestinian question except through jihad. The day of judgment will not come until Muslims fight the Jews and kill them. Does Hamas's emergence sound complex, Mayor? Does the mayor have a list of other countries he supports the obliteration of? Or does it just so happen by pure coincidence to be the only Jewish majority one? I think it's preposterous hearing some of these other comments coming from people talking about Israel and war, and they just don't have much education on this, and neither does the mayor. And anyone in a leading position of office should step down.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Rita Bobby. Rita, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Rita Fabi. Can you hear me by the way?
Yes.
Okay, great. I am speaking today as a Jewish Bay Area resident and parent. While I live next door in Alameda County, not Richmond, the mayor's rhetoric does not stop at city borders. It affects Jewish families, children, and communities across the region. I call on the mayor and the Richmond City Council to take definitive action to ensure the safety and well-being of Richmond's Jewish community and to rebuild trust following the mayor's documented conduct. I personally reviewed the mayor's LinkedIn activity after Bondi Beach. What I saw was deeply shocking, hurtful, and frightening. It is profoundly disturbing that the mayor chose to respond to a terrorist attack not with compassion or mourning, but by amplifying factually false conspiratorial content that vilified Jews in the immediate aftermath. When an elected public official spreads this kind of rhetoric, the harm is real. It normalizes anti-Semitism, fuels misinformation, and contributes to Jewish families feeling unsafe. I urge the council to condemn.
Thank you. Your time has expired. The next speaker is Yifaz, followed by Sinai Kriegel, Barry Toronto, Sean Chacarone, Maria, Gordon One, and Tamar Kriegel will be the last speaker. Yifa, please begin.
Hi, thank you. First, I want to state that I am not affiliated with the JCRC. I am a Jewish Bay Area resident who is greatly affected by events in the Bay Area. I don't want to be physically limited to the small radius of my local community, which is relatively shielded from the onslaught of anti-Semitism over the prior few years. but sadly not completely. Anti-Semitism may start with rhetoric, as was in this case, but as we have witnessed, it can kill. We have seen this on our own U.S. soil. We saw this on a massive scale at Bondi Beach in Australia. I was horrified to see one of the leaders in the Bay Area literally blame the Jews for the massacres of Jews at Bondi Beach. This is exactly the type of rhetoric that leads to the killing of Jews. Leaders across the Bay Area must stand against this rhetoric. That is the only way to stop it from escalating. And if you don't, you're complicit in where it will lead to, which is more violence. The mayor must be held accountable.
Your time has expired. The next speaker is Sinai Kriegel Armstrong. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Sinai Kriegel Armstrong. I'm a young Jewish Israeli American, and I am here to stand up unapologetically for my people's civil rights. Mayor Eduardo Martinez gaslit Richmond's Jewish community, making promises of protection without a single action to back it up. Jews were told they were supported. Meanwhile, there was no meaningful leadership, no defense, no real accountability. Instead, the mayor shared to his social media anti-Semitic rhetoric surrounding the Bondi Beach terror attack, content that directly blamed Jews for that violence. Let me be clear, that isn't critique, that is a menacing conspiracy that feeds hate and puts Jewish lives directly at risk. Just weeks after October 7th, he helped pass a ceasefire resolution with zero condemnation of Hamas, a terrorist organization that slaughtered civilians indiscriminately. When the words and actions of a mayor make an entire minority of his city feel unsafe and abandoned by their government, that mayor cannot at all costs continue to lead. Mayor Eduardo Martinez.
Thank you. Your time has expired. The next speaker is Barry Toronto. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Yes, good evening. I was able to get on. Thank you for letting me speak. First, it's not up to me, and not as a resident of Richmond, but the citizens of Richmond and their leaders to decide whether they want a mayor who probably in his heart has disdain for Jewish people. Is he going to blame the Jewish? Would he have blamed the Jewish people for the burning of that synagogue in Jackson, Mississippi, if he hadn't been caught with what he wrote about Bondi? That's a rhetorical question. I suggest that he stay away from social media for a while and contemplate what got him to want to have such hate in his heart regarding a people that he knows very little about. May I suggest that he go to some Jewish events, in addition to meeting with the rabbi, celebrate some Jewish holidays, and a little bit more about the history of Israel. Thank you very much, and good luck.
Thank you. The next speaker is Maria. Maria, please unmute yourself, state your first and last name for the record, and you may begin.
Maria Wong. I'm an immigrant activist who is strongly against any form of racism. If I didn't know any better, I might think that over the past year and a half, my Mayor Eduardo Martinez has been auditioning for the role of Mayor of Palestine, a name imposed by a bitter Roman emperor who renamed Judea, the historic homeland of the Jewish people, as Syria Palestina, in an attempt to erase Jewish identity. But regardless of history lessons, what matters most is this: Mayor Martinez is standing on the wrong side of history today. Instead of serving all residents impartially, he has abused the authority of his office by singling out and alienating an entire people, the Jewish community. That is not leadership. That is discrimination, and in any honest definition is racism. Such conduct has no place in public service.
Thank you. Your time has expired. The next speaker is Gordon I. Gordon, please state your first and last name for the record, and you may begin.
Hi, my name's David Gordon, and Richmond City Council, a member of the Ku Klux Klan.
The next speaker is Tamar Kriegel, and that will be our last speaker. Please begin. You'll have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Tamar?
Hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I've listened to your words and they did not come across sincere. You barely practice reading your empty, hollow words. I'm from Humboldt County. I'm proud Zionist. I stand firmly in a peace camp between Israelis and Palestinians. This position do not conflict. Zionism is the right of the Jewish people to self-determination in their ancestral homeland. Period. Distorting the truth to justify blood libel against Jews is anti-Semitism, plain and simple. When elected officials engage in or enable this kind of rhetoric, it is not misunderstanding. It's a failure of leadership. Public officials have a duty to lead with integrity and to protect all communities from hate. The mayor action constituted misconduct. The hostility now erupting in the community.
Thank you. Your time has expired, and that was our last speaker.
Thank you. Public comment is closed. So do we have any comments from council members? If not, then I suppose we'll move on to voting. So I will I will move the item to acknowledge the mayor's participation in an anti-Semitism training led by trainers recommended by Temple Beth Hillel leadership, offer city council members the option to attend voluntarily. And actually, I'm going to change that because I think all of us should attend. And so I'll take out the word voluntarily. Offer city council members require city members to attend, direct the mayor to meet with Rabbi Sachs Tyler at least 2 additional times in the first quarter of the year, and direct the mayor to issue a public apology at a city council meeting and in a local newspaper.
Can we discuss it now?
We need a second. I asked for discussion. No one.
Well, you changed it.
Oh, okay. So.
We need a second.
Yeah, it needs a second.
Okay, yeah, you make it mandatory for everyone?
There's no second yet.
I'll second it.
Okay, first of all, there is Brown Act issue. I'm not sure if you call it, we all can attend it. It's going to be interactive. And second, I don't think if it's correct. When there is an issue targeting you, we don't want to make a sort of collective mandatory requirement or punishment or anything. Why should it be? I personally talked to Rabbi Julie and talked to you and said, I'm very interested, I would like to participate. But I don't want it to be mandatory. Why?
Because it,
yeah. I mean, as a principle, I don't think if it should be mandatory. Just because I'm sitting like 1 meter away from the mayor, I should participate in this? Should all the mayors in Contra Costa participate in it? Or should all the mayors and council members in America participate in it? This is not correct as a matter of principle.
Please stand your head.
So, yes, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I appreciate that you are asking us all to participate. And regardless of the emotion I was going to say, I want to make sure that I'm there. I want to make sure that I am there because for those who couldn't hear me, so I apologize. So I want to make sure that I am there in the training because I have a lot to learn as well. I think we all have a lot to learn. There's community members that we are speaking for. There's community members that we're trying to lead. And the best way to be able to lead and the best way to be able to heal is to learn things that we might not know we don't know yet. And this issue is such a big issue that I want to make sure that I participate in training for all of our community, to learn more about anti-Zionism, to learn more about this particular community, but I also want to make sure that I participate in training for the other conversation that we're not having yet in this moment about Palestine. There's so much to learn. If I am going to lead, regardless of who you are, I want to make sure that I lead with my heart and the best intentions forward. I may not know 100% about 100% of the people, but I want to be able to try to know as much as possible, because that is how much more we can continue growing as leaders. So I appreciate the opportunity to being able to participate. I will sign up regardless of how the vote goes. I will make sure that I sign up and join you there.
Councilmember Wilson? Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, I'm going to be quickly. I am going to be quickly, and what I am going to say is what I hear from some of the youth here, saying that this presents an opportunity to start leading in all the things that we need to lead. And I think we had been leading in supporting the Palestine community and the movement, and I will continue to. And I think this opportunity to have this conversation also with the Jewish community here in Richmond after a harm has been done is important for that work of free of all and free for Palestine as well. So I think I want to be part of this conversation because it's an opportunity to hear each other, to learn from each other, and to create a space in Richmond where we can teach how we can work together and how we can learn from each other, to really see each other as human beings and not with hate from one of another. So I welcome the opportunity. Thank you, Rabbi Julie. Thank you, Mayor Martinez, for this, not for what you did, but I think like we have from the storm to have an opportunity to rebuild and rebuild the trust in a community and to continue the important work that we need to do and move on in building a community that is for all of us, and not trying to kind of like, because I believe that communities should be free, that I am against other communities. So I feel like this is a good opportunity and I welcome that.
Councilmember Wilson?
So listening to the comments, I would like to propose an amendment, which is, I think it's actually more meaningful rather than requiring us, but to give us an opportunity to volunteer to attend. And what I'm hearing so far is that each of us, I'm volunteering to attend. I look forward to this training. And so, and most of us have spoken, and I'll give other folks a chance to speak about whether they're would volunteer. So I would say that the training led by trainers recommended by Temple Beth Hillel Leadership, which each city council member has agreed voluntarily to attend. So rather than saying that we're required to attend it, that we agreed.
I will accept that.
And I guess I don't want to volunteer other people. I want to give them an opportunity to say if they would agree.
I will accept that,
As
but
a
of
amendment.
course,
Okay.
everyone has to volunteer before it can become part of the language. So, Councilmember Robinson, Vice Mayor Robinson.
It's like 25, 26, you know, like it's 2026 now. So I just wanted to say quickly that I volunteer to happily participate. Thank you.
Councilmember Brown?
So I think that volunteering to complete this training alongside you, I think is commendable. Just like in sports, if one person on the team messes up, we all have to, run or something like that. However, I do believe that two things can be true at the same time. The mayor, you could take the steps towards repair and education and everything that you've chosen to do. also, I believe that the city council, we have the obligation to formally acknowledge that, name the harm, and set clear boundaries for the unacceptable conduct that took place, using the only tool that's afforded to us by the charter, which is a censor. So I do not feel that we should just complete a training without any measurable outcomes. I mean, us all going to a training is, what is that going to do? How is that going to, what is that going to interpret at the end of it all? I think that this agenda item was placed here to avoid the censorship, to avoid being censored, and we must acknowledge that, and also not throw us all in here with you. I think that it really just diminishes and undermines the conduct that took place when we're all, agreeing to go to this training as if we're going on a field trip. So I really think that if we're going to be serious about condemning hate, that our actions must meet that seriousness, unless we're telling the community that it's okay to minimize stuff, it's okay to wait it out, it's okay to table it to future council meetings, and ultimately it's forgotten. It's like we're going to be checking off these boxes, and then once the boxes are checked off, harm is erased. Like, no, it doesn't work that way. It needs to be solidified where the council stands on anti-Semitic rhetoric being spread by our local official.
Councilmember Wilson.
So I don't think for my last amendment, so I'll try a different friendly amendment. To say that, to acknowledge the mayor's participation in an anti-Semitism training led by trainers recommended by Temple Beth Hillel leadership, which most of the city council members have volunteered to attend, because I can't say all anymore.
Okay.
And I'm sorry I can't say all, but I respect that we have different approaches to things. So maybe we can vote on that amendment.
Okay, I'll accept that.
Excuse me, just quickly a clarification. So is it mandatory for you or mandatory for everyone? Because I'm like,
it's not mandatory for anyone.
Right, but I believe that it should be, or can I make a friendly amendment?
We've all volunteered, so 6
Okay,
of us
so I
are
just
coming.
wanted to ask if it could be mandatory for the mayor and voluntary for the council members. I'm willing to, I'm not saying that I'm not a willing participant.
Okay.
I'm just saying that I'm not willing to just do anything, just fluff.
So you're
just
asking for a different amendment, so it's up to him.
Yeah.
I will not accept that because I am going to do what I need to do. I do not need someone to say, you must do this, because when someone is forced to do something, then you question the sincerity. And you need to stop interrupting. So I voluntarily went to speak with several rabbis because I am truly repentant. The rabbis saw me for who I am and for who I want to be. Mm-hmm. I feel that in our face-to-face meetings, they understood who I was, and they are trusting me. And I feel that you also need to trust me. I realize it's difficult when you have hurt. I recognize that. But I'm asking for you to accept me as a fellow human who is trying to do better.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Point of order. I put an amendment and it was accepted as a friendly amendment. Do we have to vote on that amendment, or is that the actual, by him accepting a friendly amendment, it's now the proposal? Thank you.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the words. And I'm looking at the time here, so I will move to amend the motion that's currently on the floor with the friendly amendments, should those be passed. But I move to amend the motion to include the following language. And the reason I'm wanting to include this language is because I want to make sure that we're encompassing both Q3 and Q4. And under Q4, that is for the city council to take on. What are we going to do? So I move to amend the motion to say the city council formally censures Mayor Eduardo Martinez for engaging in conduct that reinforced anti-Semitic narratives, caused harm to the Jewish community, and fell below the standards of care, judgment, and responsibility required of the mayor's office, and unequivocally condemns anti-Semitism, including conspiracy theories, collective blame, and rhetoric that normalizes or excuses violence against Jewish people, and affirms that such conduct has no place in the city of Richmond. So that is the motion to amend, again, including the prior verbiage from Q3 and the motion to amend here. Is there a second?
I second that.
I do not accept that amendment.
It's not a friendly amendment. This
Right,
is
it's an
a
Okay.
motion to
motion.
amend the motion.
All right.
And I second that.
And now we are able to debate the current motion.
No, we should vote on the
Point of
amendment.
order, is this on item Q3?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he's combining Q3 with Q4 with this.
Can I ask
have a
for a
number of
legal
speakers.
opinion
You
on
have a number of
combining these
speakers.
two items?
It's just an amendment.
It's not combining.
So you're not combining Q3 and Q4. You're not. You're amending the Q3 to add a censure language, but you're not, right?
Correct.
Can you clarify that? Okay. So I think what needs to happen now, that went quickly. If you want to repeat the amendment, there needs to be a vote on the amendment.
Yes. So, sorry for parliamentarian rules here, but it is called a motion to amend. And what can happen is you can amend the current motion on the table as long as it's germane to the topic.
Yeah.
Because we have
Let's
15
vote
minutes,
it. Let's vote
we're
it.
most likely not going to be able
We
to
didn't
hear
vote it. You don't
Q4.
have to do civic vote.
So I want to make sure that we try to hear parts of it. And to me, so that's the reasoning behind that there. And then the motion to amend, I'll say it
I
again.
call to question.
I've been here since 3 p.m. with my child. My child
No,
Oh,
don't.
God.
and I've waited all this time to be able to say what
Let me speak. Don't take that way.
Okay.
Oh, let's vote it. Let's vote it. Let's vote it.
We only have 15 minutes regardless.
Read the amendment.
We're gonna move to the next item so she can comment.
Could you read the amendment?
Read the amendment.
Mr. Mayor.
So,
Read the amendment.
I don't think that we should be rushed. I think that we should.
Point of order, can we have a reread of that amendment and then vote on it?
yes, and I just want to make sure that the mayor did call the question, so I want to make sure, because that trumps,
Oh.
and we have to go to that vote first.
I don't know what I'm voting on.
Well,
I
right now
don't know
it's
what I'm
just
voting on. I just
calling
need
the
the
question.
language.
I withdraw the call to question.
Okay, so then what I was doing was amending the motion, so it will be including everything the mayor, so it's to be including what the mayor just said and with the friendly amendments, plus adding the city council formally censures Mayor Eduardo Martinez for engaging in conduct that reinforces anti-Semitic narratives, caused harm to the Jewish community, and fell below the standard of care, judgment, and responsibility required of the mayor's office, and unequivocally condemns anti-Semitism, including conspiracy theories, collective blame, and rhetoric that normalizes or excuses violence against Jewish people and affirms that such conduct has no place in the city of Richmond.
I second that.
You ready? Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Vada,
No.
Councilmember Jimenez,
No.
Councilmember Wilson,
No.
Vice Mayor Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
No.
The motion fails with council members Brown, Robinson, Vice Mayor Robinson, and Councilmember Zepeda voting yes.
Next, you vote on the original motion.
Right.
With the friendly amendment.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, that was a motion by Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
a second by Councilmember Wilson. And should I read the motion?
Yes.
Okay, the motion is to acknowledge the mayor's participation in an anti-Semitism training led by trainers recommended by Temple Beth Hillel leadership, and which most of the city council members have voluntarily agreed to attend. Direct the mayor to meet with Rabbi Sachs Taylor at least 2 additional times in the first quarter of the year, and direct the mayor to issue a public apology at a city council meeting and in a local newspaper. You ready?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
No.
Councilmember Bana?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Brown voting no. 10:49. Are we moving?
All right. So we have 11 minutes for the next item.
And we have 51 in-person speakers. We have 18 in the
Madam Clerk?
auditorium.
If I may call a point of order. Ms. City Attorney, say City Manager, Ms. City Attorney, can you please advise, I would like to hold Q4 for an undefined period of time, because I believe that the mayor with Q3, hopefully this will lead us in the direction that we need, and we'll hold Q4 to a future agenda.
Continue.
Yeah, I mean, aren't you going to continue it to a date certain?
That's what I'm,
Okay, you want to continue the item.
yep, to a date in the future.
I mean, you can do that. You can do that, but
You don't know what date though, right? Do you know what
A
date?
future date.
A future date. Okay.
And does that require a vote if I'm pulling my own item?
No.
No.
Well, it's you and Councilmember Brown. So both of you should agree, right?
You have to get Brown's.
Councilmember Brown, you agree with them?
Everybody has the right to speak just as you.
Are we done?
You guys want to keep this in the news forever?
So, Councilmember Brown, do you agree to continue it?
So I'm a co-sponsor on this item. However, I don't agree personally. I'm going to support Councilmember Zepeda. I don't agree to continue this item. I don't agree that it should be put off for a further date, unknown. Again, checking off the boxes just to get by. This is a complete embarrassment as a city council member that we will stand in solidarity and say that this was anti-Semitic conduct and behavior, yet we don't want to formalize it and put it on record. It's very coward behavior, and I'm just going to go ahead and go with whatever y'all talking about, because obviously it's very strategic.
You should be ashamed of yourselves as a city council.
All right. And I suppose that the next two items will be continued as well, or rather moved on to the next council meeting. So that takes us, to reports of reports of officers.
Mr. Mayor, actually, point of order, it actually takes us to adjournment.
I would like to.
We have, oh, that's right.
The original
because,
motion was only to
no,
clear
understood,
Q3 and
okay,
Q4.
well then we are adjourned.
Excuse me, I wanted to end in honor of people who died in Iran.
We did not include it in the motion.
Isn't it always included?
No, because
You can always adjourn.
There's no surprise. It was all known in advance. No surprise. Really? There was one. I mean, there's one council member.